Quapaw Nation is doing big things.
Start promptly at 9 o'clock. Thank you. 7th, 2024 Quapaw Nation Special General Council meeting is now called to order at 9:04 a.m. Mr. Warren Harkins, will you please come forward and lead us in the invocation?
Shall we pray? Lord, we are so thankful for all of your many blessings to us. We're so grateful for each and every one that's in attendance here today. Father, we pray that these proceedings will bring glory to your name, Lord, and blessings to your people. And we just thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Gunagay. Secretary Treasurer Valier, would you please declare quorum and call for the orders of the day?
Madam Chair, I declare a quorum, and I call for the orders of the day.
Thank you. Before we get rolling, we do have a couple of just opening statements that will hopefully provide some guidance about how things will unfold throughout the day. Welcome. Hawaii, it's wonderful to see so many Quapaws here today, and thank you for coming. It's through active tribal member participation that we continue to make forward progress. There are 4 specific items we're here to address today, and maybe tomorrow. First, disposition of all remaining Good Eagle Quapaw settlement funds. Second, review and approval of the fiscal year 2025 Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, the NAGPRA budget. Review and language approval of governing resolution amendments. And fourth, fill 1 Ethics Commission vacancy whose term expires in 2026. After adjournment of the final special general council meetings, the Constitution Committee will facilitate an open dialogue to allow the members at the meeting to openly discuss and guide the Constitution Committee on various topics. Those topics will include elections and procedures, terms of elected officials, number of general council meetings and rules, and number of business committee meetings and rules, and options that balance and strengthen our governing powers. Hopefully everybody's able to stay throughout that whole process. No other matters can be addressed today, as this is a special general council meeting. We sure do hope everybody enjoyed the breakfast. I know I enjoyed it. Elders, you are encouraged to sit toward the front in the red chairs for your comfort and participation. Thank you to all those working to make this a good special general council meeting. That includes all the Quapaw Nation employees and volunteers, Downstream Learning Center, O-Guah-Pah Communications and Events, Department of Public Safety, the Election Committee, the Constitution Committee, and the Downstream Casino and Resort Team. Thank you. For the Downstream employees who are tribal members, please see Brent Devine here in front and sign the sign-in sheet for payroll. And that sheet is now available. For those who go to the patio, please keep the doors closed so that the pavilion temperature remains comfortable. There is a desk in the back next to the registration tables where citizens can apply to become registered voters. Carrie Sisson is at that table. Here's Carrie. Carrie Sisson is at that table. In addition, she has a sign-in sheet from Blaze Fagan. If you are a Quapaw veteran and interested in establishing a Quapaw Veteran Society, please sign up. Blaze is here today as well. When you registered earlier today, you received a voting device, a packet, and a sticker. Quapaw citizens, please wear your sticker. Remember, sticker equals clicker. Only those wearing the O-gah-pah flag sticker should have a voting device in their possession. Caretakers and non-tribal member essential personnel should wear the yellow sticker to show that you have permission to be in the room. In the packet, there are a few items. Today's agenda, the revised Special General Counsel frequently asked questions, Drummond-Woodson memo on the remaining Good Eagle Quapaw funds, possible motions regarding the same, the Constitution Committee's proposed governing resolution amendments, and the new consolidated governing resolution that was posted to the tribal website last Friday. There's also a lunch ticket Elders get a red lunch ticket, blue for all other tribal members, or yellow, caretakers and essential personnel. A white numbered raffle ticket is also in your packet. Please keep the raffle ticket. We'll have some raffles of great items throughout the day. There are some other goodies: a pen, O-gah-pah coffee, Quapaw Cattle Company beef sticks, a Saracen koozie, red cards for the elders when they wish to be recognized. We hope you enjoy all these items. Later today, tribal members are eligible to receive $50 in cash when you turn in your clicker. The same amount is available tomorrow for those who register and attend. In the event we complete all 4 special general council meetings today, everyone who stays for the full day is eligible to receive $100 when you turn in your clicker upon final adjournment. There are also Robert's Rules of Order books that were left in your seats, and we hope you take those. O-gah-pah Communications is live streaming the meeting. Live streaming from personal devices is strictly prohibited. The video will be uploaded to YouTube after the meeting has concluded and editing is complete. Remember that sometimes takes a couple of days to edit out the blank space. Lunch will be available at 11:30 a.m. Unlike what the agenda states, lunch will be at 11:30 a.m., not p.m., don't worry. There is a designated elders table for lunch. You must have that large red ticket to go to that line. Please make way for the elders and help them, as well as others with mobility issues. All other tribal members should use the blue or yellow ticket for non-tribal essential personnel and non-tribal caretakers. Make sure you go to that other line. For those who may congregate in the back of the room, please be quiet out of respect for those who wish to hear the entire discussion. I'd like to reintroduce Eric Giles. Eric, if you would please stand, thank you, from the Quapaw General Legal Counsel firm of Drummond Woodson. You may remember Eric from the July 4th General Council meeting. He will be serving in the role as designated parliamentarian. Thank you, Eric. Our goal today is to conduct an efficient, productive, respectful, and constructive meeting. We have 2 handheld microphones that will be brought to elders up front who wish to make motions or engage in the discussion phase of motions. If you wish to get their attention to have a microphone brought to you, please hold up your red card that was included in the elder packets. All other tribal members need to line up and use the podium microphone up here. When motions are made, the full text will be displayed on the big screen to your left. It's this one over here. Thank you, Austin Headley, for volunteering to cover this for meetings 1, 2, and 4. The Constitution Committee will take the rollover during their portion of meeting 3. Voting options will be displayed on the right screen and supported by the Election Committee and Mikhail Whitecrow. Thank you all as well. We hope you find this helpful to see the motion's full text. That should make things a little bit easier. Let us proceed with Special General Council meeting number 1 that pertains to disposition of all remaining Good Eagle Quapaw settlement funds. Before we get started here, it's important to pay our respects to those who started these lawsuits. Over 20 years ago, the tribal members, many of whom are not here with us any longer, that provided testimony, family records, and depositions. They deserve our deepest appreciation. Can we please stand, if you are able, and have a moment of silence in their honor? Gunagay. It is them who we honor today in our conduct. We have the deepest respect for the sacrifices they made for us. Please direct your attention to 2 documents in your packet. The first is a memorandum from Drummond Woodson dated August the 17th, 2024, regarding distributions of Good Eagle settlement funds. Let us read through this 1-page memo together. It's one page, so it shouldn't be too horrible. This was written to the Quapaw Nation Business Committee from Drummond Woodsum, distributions of Good Eagle settlement funds. This memorandum describes the past distributions and current disposition of settlement funds from the Good Eagle v. U.S. 2012 and Quapaw Tribe v. U.S. 2012 breach of trust cases. The Quapaw Nation and a group of individual Quapaw Nation members were plaintiffs in the cases against the United States. During settlement negotiations, the individual members split into two groups, Plaintiff Group 1 and Plaintiff Group 2. The United States offered a total of $82,965,000 to settle the cases. The Quapaw Nation and Plaintiff Group 1 settled for $59 million. Plaintiff Group 2 settled separately for $23,965,000. Under the Quapaw Nation's and Plaintiff Group 1's settlement agreement with the United States, the $59 million would be available for allocation, distribution, and use by the Quapaw Nation and Plaintiff Group 1 as they decided in their sole discretion. The Quapaw Nation would serve as the administrator of the funds and be responsible for distributing them in accordance with allocation formulas determined by the Quapaw Nation and Plaintiff Group 1. Attorneys representing both the Quapaw Nation and Plaintiff Group 1 developed an allocation formula for the $59 million. Under this formula, Plaintiff Group 1 received $19,030,828.41 mailed in checks to individual members, and the Quapaw Nation retained the remaining $39,969,171.59. Plaintiff Group 1's attorney sent forms to the individual members, providing that the members' receipt of the checks would conclude the settlement process for the members. Nevertheless, the Quapaw Nation Business Committee subsequently authorized an additional distribution of $18,477,707.17 to Plaintiff Group 1. Following this additional distribution, the Quapaw Nation retained approximately $21,491,464.42. Plaintiff Group 1 and Plaintiff Group 2 received a total of approximately $61,473,535.58 through the settlement processes. The Quapaw Nation discharged its duty to administer the funds and distribute them to Plaintiff Group 1. The Nation is the only remaining plaintiff to have not realized a benefit from the settlements. Pursuant to the Quapaw Nation's and Plaintiff Group 1's settlement agreement with the United States, the Quapaw Nation may use the remaining $21,491,464.42 from its settlement as it decides in its sole discretion. That's right. The Quapaw Nation may use the remaining $21,491,464.42 from its settlement as it decides in its sole discretion. Now, the amount today is a little bit more. The amount today is $23,405,834.37, which includes interest. That is what we are here today to decide. What do we do with the remaining settlement funds? One might wonder how we got to where we are. In addition to what Drummond Woodsum explained, the Quapaw Nation Business Committee conducted multiple group listening sessions as well as closed sessions. Ultimately, we were left with a dilemma considering 5 of the 7 business committee members stood to personally gain. Therefore, we decided for ethical reasons to defer to the supreme authority of the Quapaw Nation, the Quapaw Indian Council, those of you who are here today. We thank you in advance for your service to the nation through your presence and active participation today. There is a second document I'd like to point out in your packet. It's a guide for possible motions you may find helpful. It's right behind the Drummond Woodsum memo. It's broken down into 4 parts. Part 1, Quapaw Nation government, can be referenced if anyone wishes to make motions to allocate some or all of the remaining funds to the Quapaw Nation, existing or new programs. Part 2 pertains to tribal members. That can be referenced if anyone wishes to make motions to allocate some or all of the remaining funds to various groups of tribal members. Part 3, minor tribal members. That portion can be utilized if anyone wishes to make motions regarding establishing a minor trust for any allocation of funds to those below the age of 18. Part 4 is the timing for tribal member distribution. That can be referenced if anyone wishes to make motions regarding distribution timing. The recommendation is to decide on each part before proceeding to the next. This is intended to decrease the complexity of each motion by keeping each motion straightforward and concise. This is a complicated and important matter, so we are recommending a structured path to help us make those decisions. Is there anyone who wishes to make a motion regarding Part 1 pertaining to the Quapaw Nation government? For the elders, please raise your red card so a microphone can be brought to you. For all others, please come to the podium. Okay. If there are no motions, we've got a red card.
Oh, you got it, okay. Hang on, I'll take my glasses off to read. My name is Terry Kearns. I'd like to make a motion to allocate the remaining funds to Good Eagle Group 1 enrolled plaintiffs equally or their heirs if the plaintiff has died 18 above. If I can just say something real quick. It was my understanding that the plaintiff 2, the reason their sum was less was because they were a part of the Cobell lawsuit and received funds from that, is how my mom explained it, and she was on the original Good Eagle lawsuit. So, I mean, that's, if someone knows that that's incorrect or whatever, let me know, but that was why, because I know my mom received a certain amount and both my uncle received the lesser amount because they had received money from the Cobell lawsuit.
Ms. Terry, I want to make sure I understand your motion. Was your motion to allocate all remaining settlement funds to Plaintiff Group 1
Yes.
and their heirs? I think I heard that phrase.
Yes.
And their heirs.
Yes.
Have I missed any important component of the motion that you just made?
No.
Let's see if we can get that up on the screen. Did I hear a second?
There's a second. Lady in black, I'll just second the motion.
Yes. Austin, that motion was made by Terry Kearns, and the motion was to allocate all remaining settlement funds to Plaintiff Group 1 and their heirs.
Second in that? I just said second.
Let's just get this up on the screen so people can see it in writing. That way we know what we're debating. And that'll be the next phase. Oh, thank you for expanding that. Hopefully that makes it more visible. Terry, is that an accurate reflection of the motion that you made?
Terry with an I.
Thank you so much. All right, we have a motion as well as a second. Does anyone wish to participate in the debate and discussion? Please come forward to the podium if you wish to speak, other than the elders, and a microphone will be brought to you. Kathy Quapaw wishes to speak. Can we get a microphone brought to her? On its way, Kathy.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm a bit confused about who is on which. Was it the first payout or was it the second payout? Or I don't know. It says Quapaw Goodie on my. Is that the money that we're talking about? To share with the rest of the tribe?
Plaintiff Group 1 is comprised of 431 individually named plaintiffs. It's not the entire tribe. It's 431 plaintiffs.
Thank you very much.
Did that help? Other questions? We've got some hands raised.
They have to go in the front. We do these. I apologize. I thought we were, are we voting on part 1 and 2, or just
Well,
part
I
1?
think we skipped right over 1 and went to
Yeah.
2. I think we went to part 2.
Okay, so we're in part 2. All right.
Check. Question, if there's multiple motions on each part 1, 2, and 3, how will that be determined and decided on? Will that go just to the board? That's the first question. Second part, if everybody in the room decided on one particular motion, part 2, 2.2, and everybody agreed upon that, would this be kind of a done deal?
Yeah,
If
the
there's
way
multiple-
each one, I'm sorry, the way each one of those were put together, they were just possible ideas for motions. They don't all, they can live independent of one another. So if, given this motion, if this motion passes, it means that's it. All the funds will be distributed exclusively to 431 plaintiffs and their heirs.
Okay. But if there is multiple motions that are seconded, does that cause us to continue to go on to decide which motion outweighs the other?
Yeah, the other, okay, do you want to go ahead and talk
Will
about
we vote
that?
on that today?
This motion can be amended 2 times. So if anyone out here wants to amend this motion, that's an option as well. So the motion on the floor can be amended twice as well.
Okay, all right. If anybody else has questions, please ask them.
These were just examples that Weena had put together for options of possibilities of motions. You don't have to follow those to the T.
Hi, my name is Cindy Elston, and I would like to amend that. Okay. My name is Cindy Elston, and I would like to amend that motion that the funds be distributed equally to all of Quapaw Nation members. Is that doable? Can you second it?
I think that actually completely changes that motion. So, Eric, can we get a parliamentarian?
Because that motion, it was proposed, Cindy, as an amendment, I don't know if it can live next to the main motion because it's completely contrary to the main motion that was already made. Can we get a parliamentarian ruling on that, please, Eric?
the motion that's on, with us now has been, there's been an amendment requesting for it to be sent to all Quapaw members. Does that, is that an amendment, or is that contrary to the current motion, which is it valid? Is that a valid amendment?
Can we get a microphone to Eric, please? Or go to the podium, Eric? Or speak into Joey's? So it is, what you just made, Cindy, was a separate motion. So what we're going to do is, and we'll get through the rest of the debate, if you believe that Cindy's motion is the better of the option, what we would need to do is vote on the main motion, which is allocation to Plaintiff Group 1. If you believe it should go to Plaintiff Group 1, vote yes. If you believe it should be distributed otherwise, vote no by the time we get to that point. And then if it's voted no, then we would go and entertain additional motions. Because it's not an amendment. Ms. Catherine, we're still in, just so you know, we're still in the discussion phase of the main motion that is up on the screen.
Okay, okay, I actually have like two things to discuss about that. That money was to be for Good Eagle, and that was by a judge in Washington, right? The money's paid out to the Good Eagle people, correct? I'm talking
Quapaw
about the
and Good
Quapaw.
Eagle.
Not the Quapaw, I'm talking about the Good Eagle. That was by a federal judge, correct?
So when the settlement was reached, the
It was a
court,
judge that said,
the court never segregated the settlement funds between
I
Good
know
Eagle
all,
and
I know all of
Quapaw.
that, I know all that.
Okay.
I'm just asking, that was all ordered by a federal judge in Washington, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if everybody's wanting to pay out everybody on that, wouldn't that, how are you guys gonna go against the federal judge's order in Washington?
Do you remember what we talked about previously in the memo? It is within the sole discretion of the Quapaw Nation. Meaning when the
So
settlement,
all of us have to go to DC to ask them to switch that?
maybe
or
I'm
is
not
it to you
understanding,
guys?
maybe I'm not understanding the question.
Okay, how are you guys gonna get around if everybody votes to pay out everybody, which will probably be like maybe $50 for everybody, but how are you guys gonna get around that federal judgment that gets only to Good Eagle?
I think you're arguing a different motion that has not been made.
I know, I'm not arguing, I mean, I'm just wanting to know how it is that you're gonna get around a federal court judgment for Good Eagle.
Because the legal document said it is within the sole discretion of the Quapaw Nation, and
Yeah.
we are all the Quapaw Nation.
So are
And we are
all
here
of
to
us gonna
decide.
have to go, so is all of Quapaw Nation gonna have to go to Washington to amend that, or just the BC?
We're not defying the court order, is my point.
I know, but who would be the ones to go to Washington, the entire nation, or just you guys? Since we put you guys in charge of all of that, correct?
Correct.
So why are we even doing any of this if a judge or federal judge ordered it, and you guys are in charge of it? Why all of this mess going against a federal court order?
The federal judge gave the discretion to the Quapaw Nation
And we
for
gave that,
distribution.
and we gave that to you guys to figure out, the BC to figure out. Why all of this to go against a federal judge?
Actually not, because it's for landowners and descendants
Correct. Yeah.
and the tribe.
And I want to amend, I want to ask for an amendment to that. Yes, to be equal to all the Good Eagle Group 1s, but the ones in the stipulations that we all voted on in those meetings, or requested in those meetings. Like the ones that got the second distributions, no. The ones that got,
So do you have an amendment to this
Yeah.
main motion? Can you
Yeah.
please restate the amendment?
the amendment to do the ones with all the stipulations that you guys asked us about in the meetings.
So I'm not clear on how to make that actionable.
You guys all asked us 3 questions on what we wanted to do in all of those meetings, right?
In the listening sessions,
Yes,
that is correct.
Yes, in the listening sessions, and we all basically said, asked for different things. We all came together, and all the Good Eagle ones came together with these little stipulations that we requested. And that's what I want to amend it to, is just the list of those ones that knocked off the ones that had the second distribution, et cetera.
So this particular motion going to the 431 Group 1 plaintiffs is primarily consistent with what came out in those listening sessions, although some individuals proposed that it go to all enrolled members. Others also proposed that some of it go to the tribal government for
So an amendment
programs.
can't be made to it that it go to the eligible ones that didn't get.
Say that again, I'm
What
sorry.
was the purpose of those listening sessions if you guys wasn't going to listen to us?
What's here is a result.
Yeah, this is all an outcome of those listening sessions. And we said previously, one of the reasons that the business committee
Okay, I want to make the amendment to knock off the people that got their second distributions, the ones that weren't even eligible, weren't even supposed to be on there, because there was names on that list that weren't even Quapaw, that weren't even had anything to do with it.
There are a handful of the Group 1 plaintiffs that are not enrolled tribal members. That is correct.
Because the packets that you gave us, it wasn't 400 and something people, it was like 200 and something.
Do you have an amendment to this motion, Kathy?
I want to amend that it be to the eligible Good Eagle claimants that didn't get the second distributions, that are not tribal members.
So the amendment is excluding,
Excluding non-tribal members.
and we could do it a couple of different ways, and one is to further specify, amending this motion to say only to enrolled tribal members. Mm-hmm. Would that
Only
be?
only to the tribal members and only to the ones that didn't get 2 checks out of it. Because this will be 3 checks.
So that's 2 things. So you're proposing to enroll tribal members, the plaintiff Group 1, that are exclusively enrolled tribal members, and then the second one is only those who
Only received 1 payment out of it.
that did not receive a second distribution. Is that accurate? Mm-hmm. Okay, so if that's an amendment for those 2 pieces, let's make sure we can get those up on the screen and then see if we've got a second. That was a second? Thank you, Ben. Austin, the amendment is,
They still didn't answer my question.
the amendment is enrolled tribal members only. If you can even just put a sub-bullet or something. Enrolled tribal members only. Put Amendment 1, great. Tribal members only. And only those who did not receive a second distribution. All right, so we are in the amendment. We are no longer in the main motion. Excuse me, let me make sure. Catherine, is that an accurate reflection of your amended motion?
Hold on. And those that are living,
Pardon me?
those that are living,
Living. You can even just say living tribal members only,
and my name is with a C.
and those who did not receive a second distribution.
And the ones that didn't get, and the ones that, knocking off the ones that got the co-bill too, because they shouldn't have gotten both.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
The ones that got the co-bill also, Like, there are some of the Good Eagle claimants that got the second co-bill also, so they got both of them. So I don't think they should be eligible for that either.
So are you saying excluding or including those who
Excluding
opted
the
out of
people-
Cobell?
Excluding the people that got both Good Eagle and that second distribution of co-bill. And my name starts with a C.
So I just want to make sure I've got it. Excluding,
The people that got the second distribution of the co-bill. I mean, everybody was eligible to get the first one. But it
So
was the
it's
second one, it was the second one that we was all told to opt out of, or we could not participate in Good Eagle. But a lot of people got Good Eagle money and the second co-bill distribution.
all right, so there's another phrase at the end of that, Austin. We'll see if I've got it right, Catherine. Excluding those who did not opt out of Cobell.
No, those who received the second co-bill payment.
Okay. So living tribal members only, those who did not receive a second distribution. And the last part is, and those who received Cobell.
the second co-bill.
Received second Cobell.
C-O-B-E-L.
It's-
Is that an accurate reflection of your amendment?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and Ben, does your second still stand, given these additional changes?
Say it louder. You'll have to say it louder. Ben, I don't know where Ben went.
Okay, if Ben stepped out of the room, is there a second on this amendment? We've got a second? All right. Now, we are just inside of the amendment. Okay, so put the main motion to the side just for a second. We have now entered into the discussion phase for this amendment to the main motion.
Oh, of the Good Eagle claimants only.
That's self-explanatory,
Okay.
because the amendment is we're gonna talk about the amendment all on its own, but we're still inside of the main motion when we're talking about plaintiff group one.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, so we're in the discussion phase for the amendment that has been seconded. Okay.
Hi, my name is Carol Crane, and two things I wanted to address. The first one is that even in the paperwork that you're all looking at in the packet, it shows that Good Eagle people got their Good Eagle funds. Those funds that remain were the Quapaw Nation as a plaintiff, and the Quapaw Nation is everybody in the Quapaw Nation, not a select group of people. Secondly, I would like to say that I believe this entire motion is out of order. We were still in part one when somebody stood up and made this motion, which is part two. Had it been done in order, we might be up here voting on we might be voting on it being distributed amongst the entire Quapaw Nation. So I believe this entire thing is out of order.
You make a good point, Carol. Can we get a parliamentarian review or response to that statement? Is this particular motion out of order?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So this guidance that you put out was merely guidance for potential motions. It's not a sequential order that has to be followed. The Indian Council has its own privilege to make any motion related to this particular topic. So it's not out of order.
Thank you. Ms. Melinda?
Okay, first of all, I have kept every paper that Winters and Connors gave me. Last night, I went through the papers myself, and there was a part there I had questioned. One was the 46 million. Out of the 46 million, there was where it stated that in the Good Eagle Group 1, there was the combined of the Group 1 Good Eagle and the Quapaw Nation. The amount was combined. But on our papers, it will show you what went to the Good Eagle claimants. And it will tell you that there was 24.6 million, not 21, that supposed to went to the nation. Okay, it did read down at the very bottom that the remaining balance does belong to the Quapaw Nation. So, but you also got to look at two. When you look at those papers that reads that, it also had the categories to where it kind of gets to me, and it gets to a lot of us. That's why I've got cousins that are fighting and saying that we never got our fair share. Well, there was people on there, on the category 9 was non-Indians, people that were not native. We're supposed to have only got 5,000, but we do know for a fact some of them got 70,000, which was more than some of us that were actually been Quapaw and have land interests and things like that. So there's just a lot here of a lot of confusion and a lot of hurt. And because we've had so much hurt, we've had so much division, the only way to settle this, divide it, get rid of it, and get on with life. Because all it's done is divide this family from that family. This family all went to this attorney. That part of the family stayed with the tribe. It's doing us no good sitting there. Divide it, be done with it, and let's get on with tribal business. Thank you. And that's all I have to say about it. Because it hurts. It hurts to have to stand up against one cousin because one cousin thinks this, another cousin thinks that. But in all reality, it doesn't matter how much this one got, how much that one got. Does it change our DNA? Does it change who we are, where our heart belongs? I've known Quapaws to give their shirt to someone that they thought needed it better. And I mean fancy ribbon shirts. I've seen Quapaws give a little boy a belt because they seen this little blonde-headed boy go out there and dance his heart out. And they gave something that they know is always passed down to our heirs. And our heirs is not just my children, not just this one's children. All these children are our children. And we are all brothers and sisters, aunts, uncles, grandmas, grandpas. So let's just do it. Get it done, get it over with, and get on with tribal business instead of lingering it and divide. Because as long as we're divided, we'll never get nowhere. But a vicious cycle over and over and over again. Divided amongst every Quapaw tribal member. And get over it. And let's get on. Thank you, Gunagay. And I was out of my comfort zone.
Thank you, Melinda.
Hi, I'm Linda Yost, and I'm here just to get some clarification on how we're voting today. On these papers you've given us, it divides it to Part 2, and it says tribal members, and then it breaks it down in different ways. So how do we vote on this today?
So those were just suggestions that could be utilized by a tribal member to make a motion. They're basically independent of one another. It was just to get the ideas flowing so that people could make a motion.
So when the time comes to vote, will it be clear if are we breaking it down to 2-1, 2-2, 2-3?
No, they're most of them are mutually exclusive with one another. So right now, we're kind of somewhere in Part 2, because this pertains to tribal members, or at least some tribal members. And then the motion was made, and then an amendment made, so these were just a guide.
So are we voting today, and will this
Yes,
be
we are.
settled today?
Yes, we are. Success would be equal to 100% of the remaining funds have been decided upon how to distribute those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're still inside of the amendment that Catherine Smith put forward and was seconded. Is there anyone else who would like to speak for or against this amendment? I see a couple of hands raised. We need a mic. We're bringing a microphone to you.
I've got a mic in case you can't see me. She's not.
Okay.
Okay. Terry Kearns again, on the amendment, where it says living tribal members only, could that be changed to, or would that mean like their heirs, the descendants of those who've passed on? My mom passed away last December, and I know of 7 testimonials that she had to do for hours and hours. She told stories all the time about taking my Granny Fanny to the BIA every 3 months to get her $16 chat check. And a good portion of those times, the checks wouldn't even be ready, and she'd have to come back. Our family owns over 600 acres that we've never been able to use, never been able to do anything with them. That chat was sold off of it, but the largest check I can remember Mom getting in a quarter was $267. And that all that chat was, a lot of it was being stolen and that kind of thing. So it's my understanding of this is the loss of use of the land. I mean, you know, my brother.
So Terry, could you please put forward your amendment to this amendment, please?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to rattle on. Instead of living tribal members only, say living or descendants.
So we're in a second amendment. We'll see if it gets a second. And it's really, thank you, Austin. Amendment 2, where it says living tribal members only, living tribal members
And descendants.
and their heirs.
Yeah, because we've lost a lot of those people who were all on that committee and worked for 20 years to be able to get some resolution for our ancestors.
Is there a second? Thank you, Austin, for putting this up. Let's give it a second. We've got a second. All right, now we're in the second amendment. We cannot make any further amendments. Okay, so we're talking about this second amendment exclusively. Is there anyone who would like to discuss or debate this second amendment?
Stephen Crane. I'd just like Drummond and Woodson if they would explain paragraph 3 and 4 on your page 3, I believe, and in layman terms that probably we could all understand.
Excuse me, Stephen, the question pertained to the Drummond-Woodson memo, a clarification on which points? I'm sorry?
Yes. 3 and 4, paragraphs 3 and 4, explain to everyone here in layman terms, please.
Okay, paragraphs 3 and 4.
Yes. Have them break it down and maybe everybody can understand this a little better.
So if you direct your attention to the Drummond-Woodson memo, paragraph 3 states, attorneys representing both the Quapaw Nation and Plaintiff Group 1 developed an allocation formula for the $59 million. Under the formula, Plaintiff Group 1 received a little over $19 million, mailed in checks to individual members, and the Quapaw Nation retained the remaining almost $40 million. Plaintiff Group 1's attorneys sent forms to the individual members, providing that the members' receipt of the checks would conclude the settlement process for the members. Okay? So let's just pause for a moment there. So the tribe received $59 million. There was $19 million mailed out in checks. left the tribe with almost 40 million. And a condition for receiving those checks was basically to say, look, we're done. We agree to this amount. We have no further claims against the 40 million. The 40 million went to the Quapaw Nation. Nevertheless, the Quapaw Nation Business Committee subsequently authorized an additional distribution of almost 18.5 million to Plaintiff Group 1, okay? So that took place the year after the original settlement checks were mailed out. There was indeed a second distribution. And then following that additional distribution, the Quapaw Nation retained approximately almost 21.5 million. Eric Giles, is there anything further to elaborate on that paragraph 3?
No, I don't have anything else to.
Okay. Then in the 4th paragraph, it says Plaintiff Group 1 and Plaintiff Group 2 received a total of approximately 61.5 million through the settlement processes. Remember, Plaintiff Group 2 got their own settlement with about almost 24 million. So that was the combination of those two figures, the 24 million and the two distributions for Plaintiff Group 1. The Quapaw Nation discharged its duty to administer the funds and distribute them to Plaintiff Group 1. The nation is the only remaining plaintiff to have not realized a benefit from the settlements. Pursuant to the Quapaw Nation's and Plaintiff Group 1's settlement agreement with the United States, the Quapaw Nation may use the remaining 21.5 million from its settlement as it decides in its sole discretion. When it says the Quapaw Nation, it's not talking about any one person or even the 7 BC members before you. It's the nation. It's all of us together. Eric, is there any further elaboration that you would like to provide on paragraph 4 of the memo?
No, I don't have anything else to add.
Is there anyone else who would like to discuss or debate Amendment 2? Yes, Mr. Crane, do you have the microphone?
I have one more question. Did not everyone that received any money from all these settlements sign off saying they were happy with everything that they had received?
Excuse me, point of order, point of order. Everyone was required that in order to receive a settlement check, they had to agree to it, to that dollar amount, releasing the remainder to the tribe.
Okay, that's good.
We've got a red card, yes? Either come to the podium or we'll get a microphone to you. Oh, I'm sorry. Miss Minnie Francis was already queued up before we go to the back. My apologies.
Okay. Are these the only options that are offered?
Oh, absolutely not. They're just ideas.
Okay. From what I understand, that the Good Eagle claimants that are asking for allocation are the ones who were not included in the second one. For some reason, I don't know why, it should have been that, they should have got it. That's what I understand all are asking for. So if it's at the sole discretion of the nation, which would be U7 setting up there, why are we here? Why have you not made that decision? And if there is an alternative, why not allocate a portion of this, a major portion of it, equivalent to what they would have gotten if they'd gotten the second one, part of the Good Eagle heirs, and then the rest to the nation? Why is that not being done? And that would not settle the whole thing if it's at your sole discretion?
Because of made a statement earlier that when the BC deliberated after the listening sessions as well as the closed sessions, 5 of us stood to gain something. And we felt an ethical duty to recuse ourselves, which means the BC is unable to render a decision with only 2. Therefore, our best option was to come to you folks as the Quapaw Indian Council to help make the final determination.
Well, it's been handled poorly. In my opinion, it's been handled poorly in the past. And right now, that needs to be remedied. That's up to the U7. According to this, what it said in the last paragraph, sole discretion of the nation, that is you. That's your decision. You should have made it. We should not have been necessary for us all to show up here, everybody wondering all these meetings, all this, all that, that was totally unnecessary. It should have been done the minute it came up. Give it to those heirs. If you have to keep some for the nation, then so be it. But these should not be the only options offered. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to discuss or debate Amendment 2? We've got a red card in the back. If you are able, it's sure going to be faster if you come up to the podium.
I've got a microphone. Oh, sorry. All right, from what I can gather, Good Eagle's been paid twice. You're all in agreement of that. There's money left over for you guys to decide what you're going to do. So it's up to you guys to decide it. Now then, what I want to know is, who is Group 2? What, Group 1 is Group 2 also?
No, Group 1 is comprised of 431 plaintiffs. Group 2 decided to pursue their own independent legal counsel and negotiate their own settlement.
So are they Good Eagle or are they Bear?
I'm sorry, what was the question? Are they Good Eagle or are they Bear? So we're speaking exclusively about Good Eagle, a completely separate settlement and lawsuit in comparison to Bear.
So there's whatever amount is wanting more, a third payout.
I see what you're saying. So there were already 2 plaintiff Group 1 payouts for Good Eagle. That is correct. And the question is are we talking about a third distribution? You might be able to think of it that way.
Yeah, so they're wanting a third payout after the 2 they've already got.
So this would be a third distribution from the Good Eagle and Quapaw settlement for plaintiff Group 1.
Then they're still wanting a third payout. Group 1's already had 2 payouts.
Would you hold the mic closer to your mouth?
Oh, I'm
so that
sorry.
It's difficult to hear.
We can't hear what you're saying.
Good Eagle has had 2 payouts. So they're wanting a third payout, or just a certain amount of them wants a third payout.
Yes, we're discussing a potential third distribution of the remaining Good Eagle Quapaw settlement funds.
To a few Good Eagle people.
The motion that we're discussing right now is basically the way it's read right now. Now, we're inside of amendment number 2, but the main motion was to distribute all remaining settlement funds to plaintiff Group 1.
Okay, so what's left over, you guys can decide to give it to the rest of the tribe, or split it all with the tribe.
So that's a core tenet of the main motion that's being discussed. Now, we're down buried into amendment number 2 right now, but it would be exclusively distributed to the 431 Group 1 plaintiffs and their heirs.
So anybody that's on Bear, they have no business here because we're not going to get any of it anyway, right?
So this may not be the only motion that comes before General Counsel to vote on today.
All right, all right.
All right, Ben?
First of all, I want to apologize for speaking in front of my elders and before my elders. However, the longer we debate this, it's obvious that we have torn, conflicted interests as a tribe. So I think we should just put it to a vote and move on to the next motion.
Ben is recommending that we just, let's get to the vote and move forward. I think that was the gist of it. Yes, we have Kathy Quapaw. Can we get a microphone to her, please? Now, remember, folks, I'm so sorry. My apologies.
That's okay.
So we are still inside of amendment number 2. Kathy, we'll be on our way.
I would just like to say that Good Eagle isn't meant for everybody in this tribe, whether you want to hear it or not. And until you make right to the people that it originally goes to, there won't be anything left over to divide. That's what the bear's for, from what I understand. So let's get this done. Let's get it voted, but it needs to go to the original Good Eagle people. Thank you.
So, Melinda, before we go to you, since you already spoke, let's get a microphone back to Miss Kathy.
Okay, thank you. Now, there was a payout now of $1,800 that people took, and they opted out. Are those people gonna get the Good Eagle if they decide to split all the money? Those people that opted out, are they going to be included, which they should not be? Which would certainly, it contradicts what they wanted themselves. They opted out. They claimed it, and they should not get any money of it. None of it. If you opted out because you wanted to get out quick scheme, well, your out quick scheme might hurt you here. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm trying to explain. What they're talking about as the 24 million is not Good Eagle. It is not the Good Eagle money. It belongs to the tribe.
We have a point of order.
I mean,
What's the nature of that?
I'm just trying to get some people.
We're inside of Amendment 2. Melinda, did you speak
trying to-
previously on Amendment 2?
Well, I was just trying to
Not on
get
this
some
one.
little confusion because people keep going around about the Good Eagle. The Good Eagle's already been paid out. This money we're talking about is for the tribe, right? The tribe's decision, right? All right.
We have a card oh, I'm sorry. We've got a card up front. Oh, okay, sorry. I'm going out of order, my apologies. Is it Miss Beverly?
Yes, I would like to correct the lady who said everybody got a second payment. They did not. And you never did mention what this settlement was for. It was for the landowners who had mineral rights and grazing land. So everybody did not qualify for it. And I think the 5 meetings that you had was nothing but a total of our time, waste of our time, because we voted and you listened, and we had 2 business committee members said the leftover should go to the plaintiff, not the whole tribe, that it was not a general council decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Who was next?
Good morning, folks.
Can you please speak into the microphone, please?
Good morning. My name is Ronna K. Good Eagle, and I'm a direct heir to Francis Quapaw. I'm his great-great-granddaughter. And I'm going to say, in the beginning, I think this was all wrongly done for us Good Eagles. I wasn't given my fair share. I mean, I got peanuts, and I'm a direct heir. I'm a direct heir to Francis Quapaw. That's my allotment, and I am a direct heir, and I didn't get rightfully mine. And I think that it should go to the ones that us. I mean, we're Good Eagles.
Can you speak into the microphone?
In this lawsuit, and I was wrongly done. I think Barry Switzer probably got more money than I did, you know. But everybody knows that the chairman that was in place when all this started did wrong, and what he done and allocated us was the wrong amount. I mean, it's not about that. It's getting about equal what we deserve, what is ours. They used our allotment for this case, my Aunt Grace. I'm equal to Aunt Grace. Francis Quapaw is restricted, undivided. I should got equal to my aunt. But no, we were all done wrong in the first place. We were all wrongly done. And I should have been in Washington with Pence standing up there. No one said anything to me. No one said anything. No, I was never known. I seen it on Facebook. I should have been up there. I'm a direct heir to Francis Quapaw, to what this case is related to. I am Ronna K. Good Eagle, and I'm proud of who I am. And that I think that we should get our fair share of our allotment settlement.
Thank you. So I want to make sure we are sitting in Amendment 2, because what I'd like to encourage us to do is dispense of Amendment 2 so that we can get back to Amendment 1 to get back to the main motion. We're going to have to do at minimum 3 votes in order to do so. Okay.
Madam Chairman, I don't want to take up any time, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Tony Reeves. Frances Good Eagle was my great-grandmother. I am Good Eagle from Frances Good Eagle, and I appreciate you letting me speak. I just want to reiterate what Betty and my cousin Rona KK said up here. We're all Good Eagles. It is off of our land. Our mineral rights were stolen. We do deserve that. The bear case, yes, it is for all of us Quapaws, and I understand that 100%. But what we're trying to vote on today is not every Good Eagle got their share fair. Whoever was right or wrong on that decision, it's no big deal. Today is the day that we get our share, and not everyone was prospered by that. I wish my Granny Fanny was alive today so she could get it all of them. But they're not, but we're here to speak for them. And I appreciate this opportunity where we can at least make our voices heard, that we're not out here as greedy people trying to take from cousins or whatever. We want what was allotted, my grandmother's allotted land, because it's no longer useful. And then we go to the bear case. That is for all of us. It wasn't our fault that was the land we was allocated, and it's no good. So I just wanted to make that clear. What my sister was trying to say, Betty was trying to say, my cousin, you know, we're here to speak for those that cannot speak, that deserve that. And I myself, we didn't receive anything. Not that we're here for money. Yes, as a human, that could help. But let's get this done, voted, get the Good Eagles their share. Let's go to the bear case. Let's go on to more important things. And I just appreciate time to get up here and blow my lips up here. So, but hope everybody, you know, makes the right decision. Whatever it may be, that's fine.
Thank you. Vance?
Right here.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, and thank you all. In regards to Amendment 2, I believe air would be difficult to clarify and classify and could go to non-Quapaws.
Thank you, Vance. You've already spoken on Amendment 2. My apologies. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on Amendment 2? We've got, yes?
I call for the question.
All right, so we've got basically a motion to end debate on Amendment 2.
Second.
All right, so we've got a motion to close debate that was also seconded. That requires a 2/3 vote in order to just close debate on Amendment 2 and proceed to the vote. All right, what do y'all think? Do you think we could do a voice vote on that one and avoid going to our clickers? All right, all those in favor of closing debate on Amendment 2, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries. Debate is closed. We are now back into, now we got to vote on Amendment 2. All right, now we need to go to our clickers. Could the election committee please put up on the board whatever the number is for yes and no? And please lead us in firing up our clickers to make sure we can utilize these devices properly. Is there anyone from the election committee that could guide us in the proper use of our clickers? Thank you so much.
They're getting ready to post the question that we're voting on up there, but it will be 1 yes for yes, 2 for no, and then 3 for abstain. Is that correct?
No
and then
abstain.
so you'll push 1 send or 2 send or 3 send.
Austin, could you please show Amendment 2 exclusively? That's all we're voting on right now. And we only need
We're going to give you 5 minutes to get this
and we
done.
only need,
okay, 5 minutes.
Yeah, we only need 1 and 2, yes or no, and that's it. Can you be specific that this is Amendment 2 to Terry Kern's motion? Because there's another amendment we got to get to as well. Got it. Okay. So I know the title is a little funny, but please note what you're really being asked to vote on over the course of the next 5 minutes is Amendment 2. It's whether living tribal members only should be changed to living tribal members and heir.
Sweetheart, how are you?
Folks, while you're voting, we're getting ready to do a raffle. Thank you, Member Davis. Actually, Linda can announce what the item is. What is it? Hey, Linda. All right, so everybody, take your white tickets out of your packets, and Member Davis is going to describe the basket and who the winner is.
Hawaii. The first basket is from the business committee, and it's yard games. It's a rolling tote, catch mitts, bottle strike, frisbee, inflatable lawn darts, crazy strings, sidewalk chalk, bubble shuttle, mini frisbee golf, glitter batons, birdie golf set, ladder toss lacrosse, airplane slingshot, washer toss, and tic-tac-toe, water balloons, and trackball lacrosse. Lots of fun. The ticket number is 040774. Again, 040774 for yard games.
We got a winner. Great.
Can I get your name, please? Cleo Cofer? Okay. I'll just let her know it'll be at the back. It will be at the back when you're ready to pick it up at the end of the day, or just whenever you're ready to get it. Thank you. I'll just do it like that, number one, and then put the name on the back.
If anyone is having trouble with your clickers, just raise your hand. We've got to, thank you, Steve. Miss Kathy, you're moving on me.
Guys, I was going to go back this way. Is this one? I'm not sure.
Election Committee, are we ready? All righty. So the second amendment to the main motion fails. Thank you. Now let's go back to Amendment 1, Austin. All right, now we're back to Amendment 1. We are back into the discussion phase of Amendment 1 to the main motion. And Amendment 1 is that it goes to living tribal members only. Now, we're still within, plaintiff group 1. To those that are still living, those who did not receive a second distribution, and those who received the second Cobell distribution. Is there anyone who wishes to discuss or debate this amendment further? Hearing no further discussion, let us proceed to the vote on Amendment 1. Election Committee, could you please put up the appropriate indicators as to whether we want to vote for this or against this?
Yeah. She's manager.
Eric, yes?
Just I wanted to get just to clarify the language on living tribal members only, those who did not receive a second distribution, and those who received the second Cobell distribution, those are to be included or excluded?
Excluded.
Excluding.
Thank you for the clarification, Catherine and Eric. Hecka?
Correct. Are we saying, are we only excluding those who received a second Cobell distribution?
We're excluding anyone who received a second Good Eagle distribution and excluding those who received a second Cobell distribution. You think the word excluding is in the wrong location?
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful to clarify from the
Just stand up.
Yeah, are you going to insert the word excluding right before those? Excluding those who received a second Good Eagle distribution and excluding those who received a second Cobell. Okay, got it, thank you. And I think there's someone who wishes to speak. Now remember, we've already closed discussion. We're getting ready to vote on this.
Yeah. Basically on the
My name's Quapaw, and I want to know about the living tribal members only, that wouldn't go to our children or anything if, say, I died, and is that what that means? And who will it go to? And I tried to get a microphone over here earlier, but I got whatever. So I'm just wanting to know if.
Would you mind terribly please repeating the question? I'm having difficulty hearing.
On the living tribal members who get the Good Eagle, who does it go to if we cannot give it to our children and our grandchildren and whoever?
In the main motion, now I know we're not voting on that just quite yet, but in the main motion, it makes it clear that it goes to Group 1 plaintiffs and heirs.
So, okay, thanks.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Hi, Eric.
I think it would be helpful if we had this amendment, if it passes, to show how the final or how the main motion would change. If we could do that.
I'm not following you. I'm sorry.
So this subsidiary motion amends the main motion.
Correct.
If this subsidiary motion passes, it might be helpful, or it might just be helpful when they vote to see how the main motion would be amended, what the final version would look like.
So you're saying that once we vote on Amendment 1, dependent upon its disposition, then we'll rewrite it to include the entire thing?
Correct, but you could show that right now.
Okay.
So that people can know what it looks like.
But it's not clear as to what we are voting on if it's done right now.
So
Because all we're voting on right now is Amendment 1.
That's correct. And it just might be helpful to show us what it looks like if this amendment passes.
Okay, great.
I don't know.
Election Committee, are we putting the 1 and 2 up, voting yes and no for Amendment 1? Thank you.
I think that's how it would clarify it.
get out your white cards. We're going to do another raffle.
There goes your raffle ticket.
Or your white ticket, rather.
Oh, yeah, you're doing it.
Your white ticket number is 040957, and it is a basket from Downstream Casino. It's a rolling cooler and chair. The number is 040957. Zero 40957.
If you haven't voted, please vote now because we are closing.
If you haven't already voted, please do so now. They're getting ready to close the vote. Yeah, 1 for yes and 2 for no. Okay. You want me to start setting a timer? Okay. Yeah, okay. Here?
Okay, what's that? Yeah, okay.
A lot of people, or not a lot, some people weren't, they weren't ready. I'm going to draw another number since that wasn't claimed. There you go, Linda, thank you. Yeah. Again, this is basket number 2 from Downstream Casino Resort, a rolling cooler and chair. The number is 040781. Yay.
Cuggy, you wish to speak?
Yes. I have a question, I guess, for the parliamentarian. If the amendment, if the motion as amended, it applies only to living tribal members, if you put in there their heirs, isn't that problematic?
Oh, the result has come back and the First Amendment has failed.
Never mind.
All right, thank you. We are now proceeding to the main motion. And I'll repeat what the main motion is, and it's up on the screen on your left. Terry Kearns moved to allocate all remaining funds to Group 1 plaintiffs and heirs. Is there anyone who wishes to speak or debate further this main motion? Okay. Yes. Thank you. We've got a call for the question. Oh, we've got somebody that wishes to speak.
Hello, it's me again, Margaret.
Could you please speak up, Kathy?
Yeah, I said it was me again, Margaret. I'm curious. Now that we're a nation, is there anything in there that says that whenever we divide the money between everyone, was that mean that whenever they get an inheritance or of any kind, and are they gonna take that money and split that money with all the tribal members? Because this is our inheritance, not from every member of the tribe. And that's what I want to know.
This particular motion limits the allocation of all remaining funds to exclusively Group 1 plaintiffs and their heirs. So this would not go to all tribal members, enrolled tribal members. It would go exclusively to the 431 plaintiffs and their heirs. Does that help? We have someone else who wishes to discuss this particular item, the main motion.
Hi, I'm Wendy Kuderna. Thanks for letting me speak. I just have a quick question on the word heirs. I know we'd removed it out of one, so I understand everything about allocating just to Group 1 and heirs. So if they're living, that's who it would go to. So what is the heirs piece? Maybe I'm not understanding.
So in the event a plaintiff has unfortunately died, it would go to their heirs.
Okay, so we took out the living. So right now, it doesn't matter if you're living or not living. If you're in that group, plaintiff 1, whether you're alive or not, it will go to the heirs if you're not living.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
We have somebody else in the back who wishes to speak.
My name is Mary. Let's cut to the chase and vote on this. Everybody has said the same thing 3 different times, 3 different ways. Let's cut it and go and get it done. It's
Yes,
time
ma'am.
to do it.
Let us proceed to the vote on the main motion. Election Committee, could we get 1 equal yes and 2 equal no so that we can decide on this particular motion? And we're going to allocate 5 minutes for this particular vote. Is there a problem with the voting device?
We are at 45 seconds.
So if you haven't voted, please do so now. The motion fails. Let us to proceed to other motions that people would like to make regarding the remaining Good Eagle Quapaw settlement funds. We've got a green card in the back. Whose hand was up first?
My name is Carol Crane, and I make a motion that we allocate $23,405,834.37 amongst every Quapaw Nation member as of today's date.
Sorry.
We have a motion by Carol Crane.
I second it.
I second it.
We have a motion and a second to allocate the full amount of the remaining dollars, the 23, whatever it was I said before, to all tribal members. Living enrolled tribal members.
Chairman, I'd like to call it a question.
Well, that would be, we can't call for the question until we get into the discussion phase. And then the proper motion would be to close debate. So just give us a second. Let's get the motion up on the screen. Make sure everybody has the benefit of understanding the nature of the motion.
Highway, I make a motion to close the debate.
Hold the phone, hold the phone. I don't even know what we're closing the debate on. Let's make sure we all know.
Madam Chair, do you have that final
Yes.
number?
One moment, please. The motion was made by Carol Crane, not Carolyn. And the dollar value is $23,405,834.37. $23,405,834.37. Carol Crane, is that an accurate reflection of your motion that was also seconded? Yes, as of today. Enrolled living tribal members as of today. Thank you. We are now entering the discussion phase. Vance Gilmore had his hand up.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. In regards to all living tribal members, I'm assuming that would mean minors, and I question that in regards to the settlement of the 60s where parents received the allocations and they were not put in trust, which was the original plan, but it was not specific enough. So I think we need to think about what happens to the funds that a minor would receive and how would they be handled. And I think it's incorrect to think in terms of a family. It needs to be thought of in terms of individual tribal members. And if it's minors, we need a plan for the funds for the minors. I know we're ready to get this done, but I think this is an important issue.
So there are a couple of facts that Secretary Treasurer Valier has regarding what this might mean to minors. Would you please share that?
Yes, Madam Chair. Okay, so if we have minors, then we would be able to put the funds into a minor trust. So we want the whole values of if everybody gets one.
That's what the motion says.
Okay, so if everybody receives it, as of August 20th of 2024 in the last enrollment committee meeting, there were 6,060 tribal members. If every single individual tribal member received a portion of the distribution, the Good Eagle distribution funds, it would be $3,862 per person. If it goes to all tribal members, and this is based on our enrolled account, or the count that we have as of the last enrollment committee meeting of 6,060 enrolled individuals. Again, each individual would receive $3,862.
We've got folks queued up to enter the discussion phase. Please go right ahead.
My name's Jessica McKibben, and shouldn't it just go to the 243 that it should go to? The 243. It's not for the whole nation. It was for the 243. The 243 that are on there, because they keep adding and adding and adding and adding tribal members. It should have stopped, at least then it should have stopped at what, 2019 or something, instead of keep adding from there.
So are you recommending the enrollment as opposed to as of today, going back to that September 2019 enrollment data?
Yeah.
So are you recommending an amendment to this?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
So we've got an amendment to the main motion that instead of saying as of today, you know, where it says enrolled living tribal members as of today, and this is an amendment, this is not, you can't just change the main motion, thank you. The amendment, it should read enrolled living tribal members as of September the 27th, 2019, which is the date in which the settlement was reached in principle.
Because
Is there a second? We've got a second on the amendment. We are now in the discussion phase for the first amendment to the motion. So the point at which we should be discussing is whether it should be the enrollment data as of today or as of September 27th, 2019. That's the point to be discussed. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I was going to make that amendment, but my second amendment to that, I'm Marcia Griffin Johnson, is that it's to those tribal members 18 years and older.
Could you please repeat your name again?
Yes, Marcia Griffin Johnson.
Thank you. Marcia Griffin Johnson. So now we're in Amendment 2. And it should be, instead of all enrolled tribal members, it should be basically, it's an amendment to Amendment 1. And all it says, living.
So it would be all enrolled living tribal members as of September 27, 2019, 18 years of age and older.
Okay, so living as of today.
Correct.
18 years and above.
Yes. Yeah, actually, I'm looking. So I believe it would be 18 years of age and older as of, I believe, September 17th, 2019, because we're
Okay.
trying to put
Got
that,
it.
yeah, time frame.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Because really what it would mean is you take all enrolled tribal members as of September 27, 2019, 18 and above, that's the target group that would receive it. Got it? Okay. Let's just make sure the text reflects that sentiment properly.
Hi, I'm Amanda Schallenberger.
Hold on, just a second. I
Yes,
just want to
ma'am.
make sure this motion
You're good.
this amendment is reflected properly. So it changing all enrolled living tribal members. Okay. It should be all enrolled living tribal members 18 and above as of September 27th. Yeah, we got it. Thank you. Okay. Now we're in the discussion phase for Amendment 2.
Madam
Please.
Chair, Madam Chair.
Excuse me?
I don't know if there's a second for that. I didn't hear one. Was there a second?
Yes, she seconded up front.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Got to keep us on the straight and narrow. Please go ahead.
I want to discuss about what this gentleman said about kids' trust funds. I have 3 kids, and I'm a single mom, and I don't know if you guys know me, but I work for the fire department and EMS service. I work 72 to 96-hour shifts just to make ends meet, and if I could get my kids' money and help raise my kids as a single mom, I would be able to spend more time with them instead of overworking, being gone 4 days a week, and actually have my 96 hours off and work my only 48-hour shifts. I know it's asking a lot, but I am a single mother of 3. Like I said, I have all the bills to myself. I don't get child support. I don't get Sooner Care. I don't get food stamps. I make too much. Well, I'm sorry too that you think that. Everybody has their opinion, and that's okay. But my opinion is I choose not to work so much and lose so much time with my kids. So I don't know how to add it to it, but if you guys want to put your kids' money in trust funds, that's okay. I plan on putting some in trust funds too. But that money can also help raise my kids as me being a single mom, instead of having to work so much, if that makes any sense. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Heather? And then we'll go to Kathy Quapaw.
I have a lot to say, and I am trying to learn the right words, and I'm trying to learn, you know, I'm a very passionate woman, and I love my people and I love my tribe. You could almost say I'm like Abby, but I want to come up here and I want to tell you guys like how it should be, but that's not my place. But I want you guys to think about every single person that's in our tribe and where they come from. And whenever I read something, I try to think it from everybody's perspective. When it comes to this settlement, it was for Quapaw Nation. And mind you, I'm not trying to repeat myself. I'm just trying to explain you my thought process. It was given to Quapaw Nation. Quapaw Nation is 6,060 tribal members. We all have our own stories. We all come from different ways. Our families all struggled in different ways. And I was trying to get up here before this amendment because honestly, it should go to every kiddo. Every kiddo. I've got 3 kids. I was in Pottery a couple weeks ago, and I had Miss Betty look at me. She's like, "How do you make it?" My husband and I work full-time jobs. How do you make it? I was like, sometimes I gotta rob Paul to pay Peter. Sometimes I've gotta rob Peter to pay Paul. It's just the way it is. It's not that it's just the way our economy is and the way things are for us right now. And every single person in this room has said something along those lines. And I want us to come from a place of love, not from hate, not from greed. And we just need to do better. And I just wanted to come up and say that because it keeps ruminating in my brain. And I keep wanting to come up here and say something. And I just wanted to come up and say it. We got to set aside the greed. Come from a place of love. And I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Kathy Quapaw.
Yes, I believe that only the children the ones that was on, not adding anybody else because they got another kid or this. They want more money, and then they're going to get a big settlement if they want to use their kids' maybe educational funds and stuff like that but I believe it should be used for medical, education, and everything that you've got wrote down. And I believe that it should be put in, somebody help me here, in trust and remain there for their education or for their future to go somewhere else. You know, parents don't need to be touching kids' money, and we don't need to be adding other kids and all that because we've got it all wrote down. I'm against that, whatever she said. So mine is to stick with the contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Vance Gilmore?
Thanks, Chairman Supino. I empathize with anyone who has needs currently, and I can relate to that. However, Linda, I didn't get an answer. You told the total, but you didn't say what it seemed like there was a plan for trust, but you went to the total that each member would get. And I understood there was a plan for trust, but I didn't hear anything there. And I do support trust. Again, if you lived through the 60s settlement and saw what happened, yeah.
This is what I would suggest. This particular Amendment 2 basically excludes the minors, as of that date. And if we basically, when we vote on Amendment 2, that'll give us some additional guidance, and then bring the trust back up, because that's basically mutually exclusive with the Amendment 2. There was a question back here.
Hi, my name's Cheryl Sisk. I don't agree with the 18 years and above. I think that should go into a trust. But I also know that there's some adopted on the roll that should not be there, and I don't believe they deserve to receive it.
Patty, can we get a microphone to Patty, please?
Yes, my question is, if we leave it to include the minors and you have to put that in a trust, don't you have to pay to set up a trust, and who's going to pay for that cost?
Yeah, there's absolutely a cost associated with that, and the tribe would have to pay the fees on the trust.
Should that come out of their inheritance, or is that strictly out of the tribal member?
Yeah, depending upon how we set it up, we could always use the interest that's earned, conservative investments in the trust in order to help offset the costs of the fees.
So is there a yearly fee on the trust to keep it maintained?
I'm not entirely sure. I think there's an upfront fee, and then there's an ongoing maintenance fee.
Which would be coming from the tribe?
We'd have to pay for it one way or another, yes.
All right, thank you. I think it should be 18 years and older, but that's just my opinion.
I'm not sure who's next. My apologies. I'll defer to the folks with the microphones.
As far as I'm concerned, if it was a large amount, like 10,000, 20,000, whatever, for the minors, yes, it should go in the trust. But it's 3,000, that's just going to help the whole family. And like you said, you're going to have to pay to have the trust open anyway, so that's going to cut into the funds anyway. So I think it should just go to everybody and be done with it.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure who is next, but I know Wendy's got her card up.
Madam Chair.
Oh, Virginia.
Call for the question.
All right, so I think that's actually a motion to close debate. Okay, I'm sorry, we can't do it. We've got other people in line.
I just want to state the fact that the whole case, the whole lawsuit case, Good Eagle versus the United States, is related to the United States government and the Quapaw tribe misappropriating the Good Eagle Francis Quapaw allotment. That's what the case is related to. I mean, the United States government and the Quapaw tribe was taking chat out of our chat, our Francis Quapaw allotment, in the first place. That's what the lawsuit was all about, if you'll go back and read the whole lawsuit. Maybe there was a few Quapaw other allotments that were involved that was tucked up underneath the Good Eagle, But if it's related to the Goody-Gool.
It wasn't just the
It's
Goody-Gool
the Goody-Gool,
family. There
the
were
Francis
multiple
Quapaw.
families.
If you'll go back and look at that allotment, it's related to Francis Quapaw's allotment. If there's any other allotments on there, I would like to see who they were related to.
She was just
As
the
far as
point
I
of
know,
order.
I mean,
There's
the
way too
Francis
much noise
Quapaw's
in this
related
room to hear the
Francis
speaker.
Quapaw. And it's called the Goody-Gool versus the United States government.
There were multiple plaintiffs in that case. That's just the first name on the plaintiff list.
And they misappropriated our funds. And that's what the lawsuit's about. Thank you.
All right, looks like there are no more questions. We will proceed to the vote on Amendment 2. 1 equal yes, 2 equal no. Changing it to all enrolled living tribal members 18 years and above as of September 27th, 2019. So 1 equal yes, 2 equal no, 5-minute time limit. Please get those votes in. If you're having trouble with your voting device, please raise your hand and the election committee will come assist.
Take all the tickets and just go. Hey, Weena. Weena. And if everybody will look underneath their seats, you will find the Robert's School of Water book. Yeah. Did they set them all out this morning?
Yeah, no, they had them out yesterday.
Oh, they did?
They were sitting on them. We're going to do another raffle. If you could pull out your white tickets, please. This is basket number 3. I brought it back with me. Do you know where my, it's basket number 3. Can somebody pull that up? I lost my sheet. I handed in the sheet. The number is 040955.
What is it, number 3?
Yeah, number 3.
Downstream Casino, 12-volt cordless grill.
It's from Downstream Casino Resort. It's a 12-volt cordless drill and Chiefs charger. Again, the number is 040955. We've got a winner. Is it John Millard? Jesus. Let's get those votes in. Time's running out. All right, the Amendment 2 fails. All right, we're moving right along. Let's go back to Amendment 1. So that it basically uses, instead of enrollment as of today, uses enrollment counts as of September 27, 2019. Is there anyone who would like to discuss this? I'm happy, well, we've got one person with the hand up. We are ready to proceed to the vote on Amendment 1. Yes equal 1, no equal 2. And as soon as the election committee gets through to the next component, again, we're voting on exclusively what as of date to use. Today's date or September 27th, 2019.
Can I have clarification?
Go right ahead.
I'm Kathy Valier Knobloch, and thank you, but I would like clarification on, is that all enrolled living tribal members as of today? If you go to the September of 2019, what about any elders who had deceased since then?
What it means is enrolled as of that date and still living.
And still living. Do we need to add that? As of, and still living as of
The screen's
this?
moving of us, honest, I'm not really sure what it says now. Hold on, we'll figure it out.
Oh, it doesn't. Living, okay. As of,
Enrolled living.
as of 2019?
So yeah, I think something got messed up. It's making it sound as if living at that time as opposed to living currently.
Exactly. So what would happen to any, say, elders who have deceased since 2019 that was living in 2019 if we agreed with that amendment?
There you go. Enrolled living tribal members as of September 27, 2019.
So what would happen to...
So now I'm confused. I thought the original amendment was they've still got to be living today.
Okay, if that were to pass, as that reads now,
So I'm being told that we're changing the wording and the voting has already commenced. So I want to make sure, I'm sorry, who did this original amendment that was seconded? Brent? Hecka, could you please confirm the Amendment 1 wording is still accurate? We're on Amendment 1, not the main motion.
Yep.
Okay, Hecka just confirmed we didn't make a bad boo-boo. So all enrolled living tribal members as of September 27th, 2019.
Okay, you guys have got 1 more minute.
How much time is left for the vote? Time up, okay. All righty, and the motion passes. Enrolled living tribal members as of September 27th, 2019. Now we're going back to the main motion. If we could get that modified language up, Austin, we sure would appreciate it. You just change as of today to September 27, 2019. Thank you. So now that we're back at the main motion, is there anyone, we're going back into the discussion and debate phase. Is there anyone who would like to speak to the main motion? We've got a call for the question. All righty, we're going to the vote, folks. I think one continues, once the election committee is ready, they will instruct us, but we're going to use the same numbers. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Is there a question, Wendy?
Hi, thank you. I have a clarifying question. Is that okay to ask right now? A clarifying question. Is that okay to ask in the order
We're in
of
the voting
events?
phase. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I just want to confirm and clarify, please, that because of all the amendments, that we are voting that this money is allocated to all living tribal members as of September 27, 2019. I read that as if you were alive on September 27, 2019, you are going to get money even if you are deceased now. Am I understanding that correctly or no?
What do you? Can we get a parliamentarian review based on the wording and
Thank you. I just didn't know if
intent?
I was
It's a great
interpreting
question.
it right. So thank you. Before we did that, that's how I read it, but I could be completely wrong.
So the way the language reads is that you have to be alive today, and you had to have been enrolled as of September 27, 2019.
What's that roundabout number, 130? Still. Something like that?
How much time is left to vote? Okay. Get your votes in. Getting ready to close it. And the motion passes. So it's 11:36, lunch is ready. Exactly, it's time to eat. Everybody's worked really hard this morning, so let's recess.
I move to adjourn.
All right, we've just adjourned. Special General Counsel 1. All those in favor of adjourning Special General Counsel 1, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? We're adjourned with Special General Counsel 1. We're going to break for lunch. Let's reconvene at 12, and we will commence with Special General Counsel 2. Okay, we're going to come out of recess. Hopefully everybody's had an opportunity to get something to eat and that you're enjoying that. So before we get started with Special General Council meeting number 2, we wanted to briefly recap the motion that was passed and some of the expectations in terms of both timing and amounts. So the motion that carried was the motion was to allocate $23,405,834.37 to all enrolled living tribal members as of September 27th, 2019. That was the motion that passed. Then there was a point of clarification where all members enrolled on 9/27/19 and still living today will receive an equal distribution of that $23 million. So in terms of dollar amount, if Secretary Treasurer Valier would please state what that amount would be based on that enrollment data, it'd be very helpful.
So at this point, with all of the living enrolled tribal members that were enrolled as of 9/27/2019 that are still alive today is 5,160. To divide all of that up amongst the 5,160, each person would receive $4,536.
Can you go ahead and repeat that amount?
Each individual, each one of the 5,160 enrolled individuals would receive $4,536.
In terms of timing, what's going to happen is on September the 10th at 12:01 a.m., an electronic application will be made available through both our social media sites as well as the tribal website. The electronic application is very similar to what we've previously done for the COVID or ARPA distributions, so we'll be in pretty much familiar territory. So that application period will open up on September the 10th, okay? Those will be processed through a very, very methodical verification process, an electronic acknowledgement that your registration was received. For those that are unfamiliar or we need a paper form, those paper forms will also be made available in the administrative offices, as well as they'll be available for print on the tribal website and social media sites, and those can be provided. They will be processed over the course of an 8-week period. The checks will start going out in the mail just as soon as we can get through the process, and all checks will be distributed no later than October the 31st. Sorry, we have a question? Can we get a microphone to Miss Barbara Collier, please?
Since you've changed the status of the money and it's in different accounts now, is this going to be taxable?
Do you want to take that? Is it going to be taxable?
Well, as far as the taxability goes, we're going to have to advise everyone. Quapaw Nation cannot advise you on the taxability of it. You'll need to talk to your tax advisor, because the characterization and everything for the taxability of this is different than what it was with the first distributions. So it very well could be taxable.
Okay,
But
thank you.
contact your tax advisor to get the advice on that.
Well,
The key difference being that the money has been earning interest for a couple of years, so that kind of commingles the original distribution by the Justice Department versus what's actually going out the door. I think we have another question. Kathy Quapaw?
I was wondering about when it said about inheritance in there, you know? They can't tax an inheritance. So is this an inheritance or what it exactly is this?
It would not be considered an inheritance because it's not coming through an estate. When it comes
It
through.
is coming through an estate?
When it comes through
A huge
an
estate.
individual's estate is when the taxability or non-taxability is created. It is not coming through for tax purposes. It's not coming through an estate for what the IRS would consider for non-taxability.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we're now going to call to order Special General Council meeting number 2 to review and approve the fiscal year 2025 NAGPRA budget. On July 4th, earlier this year, the Quapaw Indian Council approved the following motion. Reaffirm Carrie V. Wilson, NAGPRA Director for Quapaw Nation. Provide a program budget and an assistant. NAGPRA assets, including all artifacts, documents, and equipment, to be held on Quapaw Nation approved property and not personal or private property. The chair recognizes Carrie V. Wilson, Quapaw Nation NAGPRA Director, for review and approval of the fiscal year 2025 NAGPRA budget.
Thank you, ma'am.
Get you all before you fall asleep after eating. First, I want to thank all of you, General Council of the Quapaw Nation, who supported my reaffirmation to continue my work with the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act for the Quapaw Nation. I look forward to having the ability to have a budget and an assistant. And I want to introduce at this time Colin Mouse. He's been working for the tribe and he has shown strong interest in wanting to help with the program. And it takes a dedication to want to do that. And so I'm very happy. Linda Vallier on the business committee first introduced me to him, and I met with him, and he, I'll let him tell you how he feels about the program. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, my name is Colin Mouse. I've been employed at the tribe for the last 10 years, but I've been Quapaw my entire life. This summer I had the opportunity to go on an archaeological dig for the Caddos. And being there, I felt some kind of way about it. I wasn't sure. But speaking with some of those people that were there that were from the state of Arkansas that didn't have a connection to the people who were there or didn't have any kind of semblance, I feel it is very important to have tribal people involved in not just certain archaeological digs, but all archaeological digs, because those are our ancestors that are there. It was a salt processing facility, so there wasn't a whole lot of human remains there. It was a lot of deer remains, as you could see that they had processed deer and things like that there so they could eat. But they had a whole lot of clay pottery there. Some of them had designs on them, some of them were not. But being there and holding one of those pieces of pottery, thinking, this is something that, our ancestors were tied to. It really moved me a certain kind of way. And I want to get involved more in NAGPRA. I love learning, not just learning anything. I love learning about our people. So, that's really all I've got.
When I first began this program 27 years ago, 28 now, on July 4th, too long ago to remember what date, most institutions and agencies only listed the collections as Mississippian. Very rarely were they identified as Quapaw. In the beginning, it was not only my job to associate the cultural items to the Quapaw Nation, but to educate the people who I worked with that the Quapaw were viable, as most had never had heard of Quapaw. And we weren't extinct, as stated in the Arkansas history books. We've come a long way in those 30 years, especially in Arkansas. In addition to establishing the Quapaw NAGPRA program, I also established a cultural resource program. It was established for the compliance of Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act. The Quapaw Nation received national recognition by successfully getting a foreclosure under the new Section 106 regulations by the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation when the Corps of Engineers at Vicksburg created adverse effects by destroying a site eligible for the National Register. The Cultural Resource Program has now evolved into the Tribal Historic Preservation Program, which was headed by Mr. Bandy and now by Ms. Billy Bertram, and has grown to have multiple staff to manage the increasing volume of Section 106 reviews. The Tribal Historic Preservation Office is in the first line of defense in protecting our cultural resources by being destroyed by ground disturbing activities. And I'm appreciative that I was able to help set the foundation for that. The Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Program has two parts. One focuses on the discovery of human remains, inadvertent or intentional excavations on federal land, and the other is the return of cultural items from museums and agencies that receive federal funds. It is my job to review the material sent to the Quapaw Nation and to identify what may be Quapaw and begin the consultation process for that institution. So, if it warrants, I will plan on-site consultation visits. It is especially important to go to these larger museums when it involves collections. My job is to establish cultural affiliation and to prove what cultural items are most likely associated to the Quapaw Nation. Can you get the next slide? This just shows a brief idea of where our Quapaw lands are, some of the areas that we're affiliated with. And we have a cultural landscape, which is the Mississippi alluvial plain. And you can see that on a landform map. You see it outlined on the county map, and then you can see the other. But it extends all the way up into, through Kentucky, Illinois, the American Bottom, and all the way to Angel Mounds and Posey, Warwick, and Vandenberg County, and also into Kentucky. And you start looking at this, and so Arkansas was our starting point. We've gone into southeast Missouri, Mississippi, and Angel Mounds at Indiana, and now they're kind of working our way back into Illinois and into Kentucky. It's important to think of it in terms of what kind of areas we like to inhabit, and those were close to the waterways. I like to call the Osage Highland people because after you get past that alluvial plain, you'll see those darker greener areas all the way up in the areas into Missouri, and that would have been Osage territory. I have developed these consultation guides that go through all these kind of different areas. This is one excerpt from what we call geographical territory. Then there's oral tradition and expert opinion and a number of things which I take and I go to museums and when I talk and try to show them what is Quapaw. It's important when you go to a museum, you have to be able to sit down and talk with them and let them know what is Quapaw, and it's important for us to go actually look at the collections so we can determine affiliation, cultural affiliation for repatriation purposes. I'd like to walk you through a process using a recent repatriation of a head pot that was repatriated from the Co-Art Center in Santa Fe, New Mexico. This was repatriated when I did not have control of my program, but I think it's an interesting example of what happens during repatriation. So the notice of intent, the letter was signed by Weena to claiming this pot back in June 13th of 2024. The register notice, after you claim that, then the museum sends a draft Federal Register notice to Washington, D.C., the National Uga'xpa program, and from there is put in line, if everything's correct, into the queued up to be published in the Federal Register. Once that Federal Register comes out and is published, there's a 30-day waiting period for any other tribe to come forward and have what they call competing claim. So we have now repatriated that pot, and it will be sent to the Quapaw, to the Arkansas Archaeological Survey, probably in the next couple of weeks. Next slide. It's small, but it shows, this is a summary of information, and it's pictures. At the top is shell gorget, kind of a little stone pipe, and the second is the head pot. Next one. Now this head pot is interesting. It is supposed to have come from, according to the summary, come from Mississippi County, Arkansas. It was in the possession of a private collector from southern Missouri. It was taken to an auction house, supposedly by his daughters, and sold at the auction house, and was purchased by a Ralph Coe in 2006 for $7,000. I saw this pot and I had concerns. It didn't look right. And when I saw that it only paid $7,000 for it, this should have gone for tens of thousands of dollars. So I went to a book that I have. It's on Mississippian head pots. It's a definitive book. I usually go to that because sometimes those head pots, they don't look right or whatever. But if it's in this book, it's in there. I couldn't find it. I could not find the head pot also in all the Roy Hathcock books. If this was a legitimate head pot, it should have been in those books. So I started being concerned. I contacted David Dye. He's an archaeologist who photographs a lot of private collections. He had never seen it before, and he was suspicious of the pot. The mouth is kind of a tell. So then I talked to Dr. Barker, who's the director of the survey, about it, and he was mainly talking about the auction houses and stuff. I sent it to, in my quest to try to find out more about this pot, it was, contacted Dr. Julie Morrow, who also had concerns, and then Dr. Dr. Jim Duncan, I think he's a doctor. Anyway, he's an archaeologist who's worked a lot with the private collectors down in southern Missouri. So the tells on it are the way the jar of the bottle's finished, the ears, mouth, and nose. I contacted Coe and asked him for additional pictures. Next slide, please. This was a dead giveaway. This is not real. The way this piece is up here and how crudely it's done. But Jim sent probably the definitive email when he came back with his information. You can show that next slide.
Carrie,
Hopefully people- Yeah.
can we get to the budget part of this?
Oh, okay. Yes, goes to expertise. Anyway, it's important to know that these items, it takes years of experience to be able to understand that these things it does take a trained eye to be able to see those. So Jim had recognized that stuff, but the other thing I found out is that all of these items that the Co-Art Center had were actually not originals. They're fakes, except for maybe the shelf engraving. So, next slide. David Tarler, something from him. I'll just go ahead and pass that up. Go ahead. Next slide. We'll go into our budget. Next one. So what we've done here, the main objective for me is to go through, look at these collections, study them, see if we can file repatriation claims on them. And the ultimate goal is to get them in the Federal Register notice. So the main objective of the Quapaw Nation NAGPRA program is to continue the repatriation efforts by consulting with these institutions and federal agencies. The goal is to have these cultural items formally repatriated to the Quapaw Nation, and the deliverable is having them published in the Federal Register notice. So we want to get to wages and compensation, and the NAGPRA director and assistant are in line with those paid in other tribal departments. The NAGPRA director will be compensated as a contract services and is responsible for her own taxes, and there are no benefits provided for me. The NAGPRA assistant is a tribal employee that is already employed by the Quapaw Nation. He will start off part-time until we kind of get in a routine, and because he's working for other entities at this time too. His hours will change as his duties increase. So I looked on ranges of tribal directors, and they went from $55 to $102,900, and that provided benefits too. The assistant director's salary is in line with what's being paid to the Quapaw Nation for that position. It's my understanding. I met with Steve Stand and committee member McKibben. So the other line item is the consultants, and sometimes when I'm part of the preponderance of evidence is expert opinion, but sometimes I'll call up my archaeological peers and ask them if they will provide a letter to solidify our repatriation claim. And a lot of times they say, just let it go, we don't want to charge you guys. So, but I want to be able to have that money set aside if they do. You know, we have that there. And there may be something else to have them, to pay them to go look at a site with me or things like that. So I think charging a reasonable fee or providing them a reasonable fee if they'll let me, that's part of that. The other one is tribal elders, that we may go talk to tribal elders to, there again, help with the repatriation claim. And I think of our NAGPRA advisors would be people who are tribal men who are going to help do the reburials once we've finished our repatriation and we're ready to reinter our ancestors. I would like to have the opportunity to take them to some of these sites and to be able to, I think, get grounded at some of the archaeological sites. I think that's important too. Travel, conferences, and training. Travel includes essential NAGPRA on-site consultation, and I don't go to see a few pots. I usually, unless it's in a multiple trip where I'm hitting several institutions at one time, but usually like going to Cambridge, Massachusetts, where they have like thousands of pots, yes, I definitely need to go there and look at those items. Conferences is archaeological conferences like the Mid-South or the Southeast Archaeological Conference. I think that would be really good for our DAGPRA assistants to go because it offers training. They discuss areas where the Quapaws lived and give you different aspects, as well as just being able to network and meet people and find out what's going on professionally in the archaeological world. The other one would be travel, and the big museums that I like to go to is the Peabody Museum, the Phillips Academy in Andover. We recently repatriated we're culturally affiliated to a site in Mississippi called Alligator Mounds. They have that collection there. University of Missouri has a number of things from the southeast Missouri that we're interested in repatriating. And the other institutions, the Missouri Historical Society in St. Louis, the University of Alabama at Tuscaloosa, they have a huge collection of things that came from Northeast Arkansas, the Hampson site. And the Putnam Museum has a number of things. This guy was, his name was C.W. Riggs, and he was a riverboat captain. And they would go along and gather up Quapaw pottery and then take them up and down the Mississippi River and sell them. This is how this collection came to be. And then the Museum of Science and History, which is ongoing, where we're getting ready to repatriate the Belle Meade site and some other, I think we have the bank site there too. So, next slide. So my total budget is $143,000. It's in line with the other, according to Steve Stan, when I sat down and worked with her. It's in line with the other department program budgets.
Is there a motion to approve the 2025 NAGPRA program budget? Motion made by Vance Gilmore. Is there a second? Great. We are in discussion to contemplate and discuss the 2025 budget. Is there anyone who wishes to ask questions? Yes, there's somebody over here. Can we get a microphone to him, please?
Two cards. I didn't know which one I was supposed to use. My question is, this person, Carrie, do you work every day, full-time?
As a contractor, I work as long as I need to in order to accomplish the goals of these repatriation things. I have material that I'm going through every day, and I will use the Quapaw email address, and also Colin will have access to that. One of the things that he will be doing is we get our mail. He'll be looking at that. Any mail that comes into the tribe, he will log in. And I'm currently living in Fayetteville, so they've been giving me all the information. A lot of this, I initially start with telephone conversations and then go from there, send them emails, find out exactly what they need. I go over the summaries. I work daily.
And are both of those positions contract with no benefits? or does that include the benefits in that?
No, there's
in
no
the wage?
benefits to it. Whatever they give me is what it is. And
there-
this is the way I've worked, even when I had grants to the tribe or anything. Either I had a grant to the tribe or I just did it voluntarily. So I plan on, I just have my routine. I am successful in my program with the National Park Service. If you go back to that slide with David Tarler.
My next question, is this grant funding or is this general funds that will
I don't know.
pay this budget?
That's beyond my expertise.
At this point, it would be general funds. We don't know that, we don't have a grant for NAGPRA yet at the moment.
Thank you.
One of the things we plan on doing, and if Johnny Rogers wants to come up and discuss it, is when we go on these trips, I really would like the Quapaw Media Productions to be able to accompany some of these trips so we can put these items online so you can actually see what's going on and how we consult and what we hope to accomplish. Come on up, John.
Good afternoon, everybody. I didn't know I was going to speak, so please forgive my shortcomings. But you know, we did the Voices of the O-gah-pah documentary. Still a work in progress, but we were very honored to take on that project. I was speaking with Carrie a few days ago, and told her, you know, it'd be great if there was something out there to help people understand the process. Because there's a lot more than just, you know, taking old items, whether it's, you know, old funerary items and reburying it. There's a lot of discussions that take place. There's a lot of different things, different elements that you have to get through. And I just feel like for ours, we wouldn't need to seek funds through General Counsel. I guarantee you there's grants out there that would allow us to do a documentary for the NAGPRA program. But that's about all I've got for right now.
Any additional questions on the budget? Mikhail?
Yes, I have two big concerns with the current budget as described. During the NAGPRA debate, it was pointed out clearly that she should not be considered a Quapaw Nation employee or be held by the same standards. I did not see a line item for technology support or document management preservation. We are limited in the IT department at the moment due to all of our structure being applied to tribal employees. So we should probably include a managed service provider to take over that, or at least a technology budget so we could build a separate organization structure for her. And not only that, but we also have tribal employee restrictions based on access control to our documents. If she truly does not want to be considered under the same jurisdiction as an employee, she'll need a different kind of access and storage capabilities for her documents if she does not want to use technology.
Are there other questions regarding the budget? Please walk up to the microphone, please.
Yeah, hello everybody. My name is Pavilion Johnson. Here I have a comment basically about like improving the job position. That improvement that I was wanting to bring up would be adding a creating a 4-year term limit for the position right now. And the reason I bring that up is about 3 reasons. The first being is just trying to end the emotional strain that Carrie herself has been through. The second being that it would be good to not have to come back every general council and have to rehash the same issue again and again. And the third being that there's thankfully a new generation that's starting to step up and take interest in these things. And eventually there'll be new people that will be coming into the fore and carrying on that legacy. But for all those reasons, I'd just like to ask the chairwoman, may I make a motion for that?
So the special general counsel is isolated to those topics that were included and announced 30 days prior to the meeting. So as long as it pertains to the budget, absolutely. But if it is beyond the scope of the budget, we'll have to wait until the next general council meeting.
I understand, thank you.
How do you want to handle the tech stuff that he's talking about?
So I guess the question becomes to Mikhail, what kind of does it need to be included directly in the NAGPR budget, considering it's already going to be funded by the general fund? Or should it just sit and reside within the IT budget or make consideration in the IT budget?
Okay.
What you think, Mikhail? He's right behind you, Carrie. Sorry.
I feel a little awkward since I'm not the CIO talking about our IT budget, so I would recommend a separate budget for this.
And we could even basically sever that off within the IT budget instead of trying to, in a rudimentary fashion, guess at that figure today. Because I think what Carrie's done is put together a holistic budget view for 2025 for the NAGPR program, but if there are other support services required, those need to be taken into consideration, but we can put them over in the IT budget, is my point, so that we can proceed with this today.
I agree.
Thank you. So I don't think it needs to be amended or anything, Carrie. Are there others who have questions regarding the budget? I'm so sorry. Are you looking for your cell phone? I'm sorry. Thank you. All right, hearing no further, oh, we've got a discussion. Virginia, can we get a microphone over to her, please?
I didn't see anything in her budget for postage or any miscellaneous items that tend to come up. Will that be something that she will need to bring back before General Council? Or is that something that she will just bring to the BC for approval?
Carrie, was that included in the, the program services?
I think that was part of the program services. You know, this is the first time, you know, we've ever done this, so I went with Steve and we went through things, but I'm sure there's something we left out, so yeah.
Well, my concern is that things are going to come up that you didn't prepare for, and what is that process going to look like for you? Will you have to come back before General Council to ask for the funds, or will you be able to just go to the business committee and provide your justification? What does that look like? I just think that if we don't nail some of these things down, then we're going to be here.
Yeah, I think that I don't know if it could be amended or just generally agreed that if it goes over a reasonable amount or something we've left off or whatever, that the business committee would address that.
I think we'd be fine with that.
That would be wonderful.
Especially if it's just, you know, especially if it's something, you know, relatively small.
Now, we'll be doing these reburials. We've got Chuckalisa reburial. We've got 300 and something individuals to do to rebury. And the Humber site, we are going to rebury those individuals that were picked up by the Mississippi Department of History and Archives in July, I think, just recently. Anyway, those reburials will be done hopefully this year, and I think we may be able to apply for a reburial a grant through the National Park Service that helps us defray the cost of those reburials. So I will be looking into that.
Are there any other questions? Yes, we've got Betty.
Well, it's kind of what Virginia Mouse was talking about. So I'm wondering if you do go over budget, can you go over budget? Like when you hit this budget and you're 3/4 of the way through the year, are you done? or do you get to spend whatever you need to spend
Well,
and then come back next year? How's that going to work?
I kind of waited, I mean, I looked at what I spent in 2023 and kind of went off of that. So I'm hoping that it will work out fine, but I'm hoping that if it doesn't, then we'll have to come and talk to the general to the business committee. But, and then we would make those adjustments at general council next year.
Okay, well, it sounds like a learning experience.
It's all a learning experience.
All right, seeing no further, oh, we've got another question.
I'm kind of along the line of Virginia when she was mentioning just like the postage. Did this budget include your mileage for traveling, your office supplies?
Yes.
The maintaining of the files and whatnot that you're going to have. I mean, are they secure like they would be in an office setting?
Everything pretty much is going to be online. That was one of the things I was going to ask about was a scanner. You know, I don't know if the tribe has a scanner, but Colin, I think, would need a scanner for scanning in emails and all that kind of stuff. So as far as the travel's concerned, we have local travel line item. That's just the day trips, and then we have the other travel kind of in with training and the conferences.
One more question. Yep. I'm sorry, we can't hear the question without the microphone.
Like, is somebody going to make these arrangements using tribal credit cards, or is this on a reimbursement?
Usually for me, as a contractor, I make all the travel arrangements and ask for reimbursement. But we can talk those out if there were other things, but usually I just, like if I have to rent a car, I just pay for it.
So what I'm understanding is none of this is in black and white in your contract?
No, we'll have to negotiate that.
Yeah, we'll still have to do a contract. It doesn't exist right now.
Oh, I get it.
My concern,
Oh, hi, Melanie.
Colin works for the tribe now, so when he transitions over to Carrie's department or program, then he will lose his benefits. Being the age that he is, he really needs to think about the benefits because he's a father and he's fairly young. I would like to see us somehow work into her budget a way for him to have 401k and have life insurance and have medical and dental and vision, because when my husband died, he didn't have what we thought he might have, okay? Being on the business committee, and that's since changed. His death was an example of what I don't think people knew. They didn't take that into consideration. And so I really think that we should write some type of a benefits package into it.
Madam Chair, I just talked to Carrie, and she indicated she's going to be a general service contractor. So that changes the story. So I would submit an amendment to the first motion. I would move that we fund NAPRA in the amount of $140,000 per year for the budget request. I'm kind of backed it off because we're in the second month, but I would also, within that motion, recommend that she be, after redoing the appropriate paperwork on the service contract, she be paid $23,340 for the months of July and August, and thereafter receive a payment of $11,666 per month, first week of each month, those are two amounts would total $140,000, and that she maintains her own ledger, because as a service contractor, we're not responsible for that. You'll be responsible for your own taxes, et cetera. And that would be my recommendation.
All right, so in addition to the main motion, which is the overall budget approval in the amount of $143,000 for fiscal year '25, you're proposing an amendment to basically go back and get the NAGPRA director paid for July and August, and I would assume September as well. Everything prior to fiscal year 2025.
July and August, and then on September, which would be basically the second week this time, it'd be $11,666 per month for the next 10 months.
Okay. So the $23,340 would be for July and August, payable in September, and then $11,666 per month thereafter.
Right, that would get to $140,000 for 12 months. And with the understanding that you need to help develop the service contract, also with the understanding that you're responsible for taxes and everything as a service contract. That'd be my amendment.
Okay. So Austin, I know you can't project two things at one time, so we've got the slides up right now. So y'all, I'll do the best that I can in recapping what we just talked about, because we're going to have to address the amended motion first, and then we'll go back to the main motion. The main motion was to approve the fiscal year 2025 NAGPRA budget in the amount of $143,000. The amendment to the budget is to enter into a service contract, a 12-month service contract, basically backdate pay for August and September. Remember, that's prior to the 2025 fiscal year, in the amount of $23,340 to be paid in September, and then $11,666 per month, every month throughout 2025, with Carrie's responsibility for all taxes. Okay, so that's the amendment. Is that kind of that further specificity? Is there any, oh, excuse me, so Lloyd made the amended motion. Is there a second? Second, all right, we're in discussion. Virginia?
So you just took the entire budget and gave it to Carrie. So then she now is responsible for paying her assistant? How does that work? And then, like Melanie said, what about his benefits? What about his 401, his health insurance for his children?
It's simple. She is responsible for that $140,000 to follow her budget as she wants to. She'll keep a ledger and report it to General Counsel next year. We can't hire her assistant as a service contractor.
Why not?
So hey, this is Blakeney. Virginia, I think it would be Carrie's responsibility. It would be Carrie's responsibility to take over his benefits, because she's doing this as an independent contractor and not, or a service contractor, and not as a Quapaw Nation employee. If she wanted to be a Quapaw Nation employee and have that oversight, which I'm not sure why she wouldn't, then all of those benefits would be available to her and to him. So it would be in the best interest of both of them to have that oversight, but for somebody that doesn't really want a bunch of rules, I don't think she'll do that.
I have done federal contracts in the past, and the contracts, there is no benefits. So, as she was saying, that's scary. Why did you do that? I'm gonna ask.
Do you have anything to show for it? right, so I think we've got a couple of clarifications that need to be made. So one point is that the assistant would retain full-time employment status with the Quapaw Nation and therefore not lose benefits, access to 401k, or other employee benefits. Okay, so that's one point of clarification. The other one was that, and this is, I'm not trying to argue one way or another, but I think there's a conflict going on a little bit in terms of views, where Carrie V would be paid as a contractor and everything else that's included in this budget, like the consultant fees, the training and conference travel, the local travel and program services, would all be under the moniker of the NAGPR budget, maintained and administered by the tribe. Now, Lloyd, that's different than what your amendment was. You still want to go?
I agree.
Do you want to take back your amendment?
All I got to do is change the word service, contract to contract,
Okay.
delete the word service.
Got it. Okay. But, all right, so I think those are a couple of important points of clarification. Melanie, you had another question?
It was just to clarify, if we were to, or if Carrie's program were to provide benefits, since they are independent contractors, perhaps you should increase your budget so that you can cover a benefits package for your contractor.
Well, what we're talking about is, I just wanted to be, thought of as a contractor for my, what I'm being compensated. The rest of it goes under the tribal umbrella, just as it has in the past.
Okay, but if it didn't, if that wouldn't pass, because we'll need to vote on whether he is a tribal employee or a contractor. If that doesn't pass, I would strongly encourage you increasing your budget, because when I had employees, the benefits package was $4,000 a year for a $20-some thousand employee. I don't know what our benefits packages are. That's an annual. And then if you're going to match any of his 401k, he could 6%, maybe max, or go with 10 just to be.
I think it's like 15.
What?
I think it's like 15%, isn't it?
15?
I don't
Well,
know.
no.
I don't know. That's not my world.
No, it's not that high. Well, it is if you add your contribution and his, but just a consideration, just consider increasing.
Okay.
Okay, so now what I'm understanding is that he's already promised this position. Is it a job description? Has it been advertised?
I'm sorry, what was the question, Debbie?
He's already an employee, and is this a position that he's just going to transfer into that's not been advertised for anybody else? Like it's a pre-selected? Is there a job description that's been approved for this assistant? I guess is the bottom line. And has it been advertised?
So it's a really good point, Debbie. Normally when the Quapaw Nation creates a position or a current position is vacated, our current policy is to make a posting available. And then interested individuals have the ability to apply for that particular position. And I think the question is whether we're going to follow that policy or if this is something different entirely. Now, if it were a position being created by the Quapaw Nation, we would absolutely have to follow our current policy. But it sounds to me like what's being discussed is the NAGPRA director would be a contractor. That is not a posted process. But in the event the assistant, that position gets created under the banner of the Quapaw Nation, then you're right, we would have to post it. We would have to post it and make it available to interested individuals, and then they have to prove their qualifications and their ability to perform the role effectively. Good question, Debbie. But I think where we were previously was the main motion is to approve the 2025 NAGPR budget to the tune of $143,000 for 2025. And then the amended motion is to enter into a contract with Carrie V for a 12-month period just based on her expected compensation, and with some back pay for July and August, and then to begin paying monthly in the new fiscal year. And what I just described would apply to Carrie V only. Is that an accurate reflection of the amended motion? Okay. So we're still inside the amended motion. Are there other questions? All right, I suggest we go to the vote. Election committee, if you could get that up. And Austin, if there's a way to put up on the screen the following. We're in the amended motion on the 2025 fiscal year budget to enter into a contract with Carrie V. Wilson as the NAGPR director that includes both fiscal year 2025 as well as back pay for July and August. Is there a point of clarification that is being sought?
I had a question just before you called what you're doing. What I was asking was, if she's a tribal contractor and not an employee, does it not have to go to bid? I thought everything that was contracted had to be bid.
This was approved by the Quapaw Indian Council on July 4th, 2024. I think that supersedes any kind of procurement or bidding process.
Okay.
Is there another question? Because we're going to the vote, folks, just on the amended motion. There's somebody had their hand up before, Kathy.
So if he's going to be an employee, then the 55 for the assistant needs to come out of there, correct?
Can you repeat that question again?
If he's going to be paid by the Quapaw tribe and be a tribal employee, then on her total budget, you still have down 55,000 for him. So that would come out of that budget, correct?
It would still be included in the NAGPR program budget, but administratively, we would take the funds from the NAGPR budget to the tune of $55,000 for the assistant and allocate that for an employee salary.
Okay, so.
And we can, and we have the capabilities of administering that properly.
Okay. Okay, that was my question, thank you.
And then Kathy Quapaw, I think you had a question? No? Election committee, we ready? Correct. It's a 12-month contract.
blood sugar thing going on?
Just me.
Oh.
Who's checking his?
Folks, we're trying to get the amendment up on the screen, so we appreciate your patience. Okay, great. So the wording is up on the screen. Lloyd, can you see that? I want to make sure it reflects what you had correctly. It was there. I didn't imagine it.
It's showing on the screen over
There it is. What do we need to change? I mean, the fact is, voting's already commenced. 144 people have already started voting. So, okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, 1 is yes and 2 is no. Yes.
Madam Chair, that says 68.5. Lloyd said 143 or 142 on his amendment.
What, I'm sorry, you restate the figure that you think is incorrect?
The 68.5, when Lloyd made his amendment to this motion, he made it for 100 and, was it 42 or 43, Lloyd?
He changed it thereafter?
Yes.
And that's the 12-month contract at $68,500. This is the sub-amendment. We'll get back to the main motion, but it's just for the amount for Carrie V. Wilson's contract, including pay for a few months in 2024. We'll go back to the main motion for the overall budget approval or disapproval.
Okay.
Okay. Get your white tickets out. We're going to do a raffle. So now the main motion is the 140,000, assuming this amendment passes, then the main motion has to be 143
Good afternoon, if you'll get your tickets out. If you could get your tickets out, please. The white ticket, the number is 709590. It is basket number 4 from Downstream Casino Resort, a portable fire pit and candles. Once again, the number is 709590. I'm going to announce the number again before going on to an additional ticket. 709590. Basket number 4 from Downstream Casino Resort, a portable fire pit and candles. Sure. I'm cooking at dinner. Since no one claimed the last number, the next number is 709786.
Yeah.
709786. If there's no one to claim this, we'll go on to another number. Yeah. No lucky duckies. Thanks, sir. All right, we're looking for a lucky ducky. 709763. Hush. 709763. It was an interesting exercise. I just couldn't believe it. Probably don't know that they have whatever. It's been the highest handed out. Is that wrong? 040878. 040878. Bonnie, you want to come up here and draw? Oh. What was the number? Which number? Oh, hold on. Okay, the last number called was 040878. In the back? All right, thank you.
Boy, I have to say, all you winners are pretty calm. If I won something, I'd be hooting and hollering.
Election Committee, how are we doing on time? Oh, stop. All right, so the Amendment 1 passes. All right, good. Now, let's go to the main motion, which is the overall NAGBRA budget approval for the, and this includes the sub-amendment, but for the overall $143,000 for fiscal year 2025. Is there any further discussion or questions on the overall budget? Hearing none, we will go to the vote. Election committee, if you would put that up on the screen, 1 equal yes, 2 equal no. How much longer do we have to vote? Only a few seconds left to vote, folks. Let's get them in. All right, the 2025 NAGPR budget has been approved. Thanks, everybody.
Madam Chair, I make a motion we adjourn session 2.
All those in favor of adjourning Special General Counsel number 2, please say aye. All those opposed? The motion carries and we stand adjourned. It's going to take a couple minutes, I'm sure, for the Constitution Committee to get organized up here, so we'll take a short recess, 10 minutes. Thank you. going to go ahead and call to order Special General Council meeting number 3 at 1:48 p.m., where we're going to review and update the language on governing resolution amendments. We're here today to finalize the language of the Constitution Committee's 9 proposed amendments to the governing resolution. We will not be voting to enact them today. Once the proposed amendment language is approved here today, they will be sent to the Election Committee via Business Committee resolution to be placed on a balloted vote. All eligible voters, not just registered voters, will then have an opportunity to vote yes or no on each individual amendment. The chair now recognizes Roman Cahiga to lead us through the proposed governing resolution amendments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Quapaw Nation, for again allowing us to serve in this capacity as we endeavor to realign ourselves with what we originally were and who we are today. In your packets, there are 4 pages. Probably on the 6th page of your packet, there will be a document that looks similar to the left side of your screen up above, or the screen up above my head here. This is the document that we're going to be following to start with. Our process for this, I'll just read our intro here. This General Council meeting is...
Excuse me, Roman. We've got...
Madam Chair, I rise to a question of privilege concerning the organization of the Quapaw Indian Council. I move to dissolve the Constitution Committee.
Hold on. I want to explain to people what's going on. A question of privilege is very special. It can interrupt at any time, does not require a second, and is not debatable unless it is in the form of a motion. Member Newton, do you have a question or a motion?
I have a motion.
I'll allow it.
I move to dissolve the Constitution Committee because it has not offered a constitution and is wasting the tribe of the General Council.
Because the question is in the form of a motion, it now requires a second. Okay, we've got a second, and it's debatable. We will now proceed to the discussion phase. Does anyone wish to speak on this motion to dissolve the Constitution Committee? Or I'm sorry, what was the word you used?
I move to dissolve the Constitution Committee because it has not offered a constitution and is wasting the tribe of the General Council.
Dissolve. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this motion that has received a second? We've got somebody coming up to the podium.
You'll have to forgive me, I just got back, but I would like to speak against this motion specifically because many of the problems that I've heard a lot of people complain about can only be addressed by resolving our governance and improving our governance. And that takes time, that takes effort, that takes work, and that takes us coming here, having these discussions, having these questions so that we don't have to constantly come back here, so that we have methods, we have systems, we have ways of solving our problems that help everybody out, take people into consideration, and prevent unuseful wastes of time. But with that being said, it's also important for us to have this committee because if we want to be a serious nation, if we want to have a future for our children that's sovereign, that's Quapaw, that is respected here and abroad, and I mean elsewhere in the United States and elsewhere in the world, we need to take ourselves seriously and, like every other nation, have a constitution, not just a governing resolution from 1959 that talks about the Secretary of the Interior approving of everything. We need a constitution from our people, of our people, by our people, that will persevere through the generations. Thank you all. That's my opinion on this.
My name's Heather Dismuke, and I am also against this motion. At the very beginning, when the Constitution Committee was created, it was just lip service to the people by John Barry. Since then, it has steadily grown teeth, and they have now been able to be effective. And it's just beginning. we're slowly seeing change, and change is not fast. It is slow, and this needs to be thorough. We need to think about every single piece of that puzzle so that way we can see the full picture. So I think this is a very bold move, and I do not agree with it.
I'm not sure. No, yeah. We need to, we've got two other people that wish to speak. I'm not sure who came first. Okay, Ms. Kathy Quapaw.
Well, making this Constitution and remaking the Constitution, are we gonna put in there per capita payments for all of us? What we've been waiting on for a long time, that you guys keep spending, and we don't ever see any of it other than our benefits? I'm just curious if we're gonna see a per diem or not. And when those casinos are done over there in Arkansas and everything's paid off and completed and everything, are we gonna see some per diem?
So we have another person that wishes to speak.
Michelle, you talk so fast, I could not understand your reason. Can you please repeat it slowly?
My motion was I moved to dissolve the Constitution Committee because it is not offered a constitution and is wasting the time of the General Council. I too voted back then for a constitution. We're going on 4 years. 4 years. And I don't think what most of you realize that, yeah, we voted to have a constitution. We don't have any say on who's on that constitution as a general council. We gave the right to the business committee to do that. We don't have a say. And I've asked, and I should have asked before, but I'll be getting the total on what we've spent, and we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a constitution. And in the past, we've had two that's came before the general council in the years past, and it never passed. So I don't understand why we didn't even start with what we have. Instead, we're mutilating our governing document now and costing our tribe so much more money. We created more committees that's cost our tribe over $300,000 just with 2 or 3 of the committees in stipends. So when you total, we have spent a lot of money. And I know it's going to take money to make changes, but I think we can do that in a much better way.
Thank you.
We have another individual who wishes to speak, Vance Gilmore.
Thank you, Chairman Supernal. Michelle, a good deal of the funds have that was received, and so it's a little misleading to use those numbers, and Roman can speak specifically to the grant, but I would say also there is movement and there is process from my observation and involvement.
Thank you, Vance.
You know, I do understand there's a grant, but I think what most people think that grant was only for the Constitution Committee. That grant money was not designated for just that. And I know when I was on the board, Roman presented a budget with this, I think it's $1.8 million. I think, if I remember correctly, what this grant was. And as far as I'm concerned, when I was on the board, or even, I don't know about present, that budget was never passed, voted on or passed. And I know it included a salary for Roman, or whoever applied for the position. And so that grant money is not just went for this. It's helped pay a lot of it, but most people don't know it costs around $25,000 just to have this day, just to have a special GC. So.
Thank you, Member Newton. First of all, I would like to request a point of order that this constitutes new business. This committee was created by an act of General Council in 2018. This was not announced as today's business anywhere. The orders were called for the day. This was not in that call for the day. This is a special meeting of the Quapaw Nation General Council, and according to the same Robert's Rules of Order, that you have in front of you, this is out of order. And should the chair proceed to approve this, and which is your prerogative, it then must be ratified at the next regular meeting, which is in July anyways. So I just want to call a point of order to that and wait for your action.
Yes, are you challenging the admitting this by the chair? You have a right to do so.
Yes.
All right, so Roman has challenged my decision to allow this. It's perfectly appropriate and within his authority as a member of this General Assembly to do so. So if you appeal the decision of the chair, it does require a second. Is there anyone willing to second Roman's motion to appeal my decision? All right, it has been a second. The motion is not debatable, all right? So the question of privilege is not debatable. So a simple majority vote carries, so we need to go directly to the vote at this time. Now remember, what you're voting on right now is nothing other than, did I make the right ruling? Yes or no? So yes equal 1 as soon as the election committee is able to get that up on the screen. And no is a 2. So for those who can't see the numbers, if you agree that I made the right judgment call to allow the motion, press 1. If you disagree, press 2. 5-minute clock, right? How much time left do we have to vote? 1 minute. 1 minute to get your votes in. All right, so the vote is in, allowing the motion that failed. Therefore, that whole part of the discussion is removed. Not removed, but you know what I mean. We're done with that. We've dispensed with that, and we'll now proceed to the Constitution Committee's 9 proposed amendments. Roman?
This is why we need a constitution. It's coming. I have the floor. I'm going to go ahead and share on some of the things that were shared that was misinformation or could have been misleading prior to this. Yes, we are funded by a treasury fund. What Member Newton didn't share with you is that I personally was the one who found and identified that money, which brought north of $2.2 million to our tribe. This Constitution Committee has not touched even close to that amount of money, which means because of this committee and because I took that action, this tribe is in the positive. We're in the black because of that. What happened to the rest of that money? Maybe you could ask the Secretary Treasurer or the chair at another time, or Member Lloyd Buffalo, maybe at another time, ask them what they're doing with the rest of that money. But we haven't even touched close to it. And so we're not a deficit. We're not costing money that you had already in your pocket. We brought extra money to this. So I just want that to be the other part is it takes time to develop a constitution. To Member Newton's point, we did have multiple attempts at this, and I've shared this at other general councils. We've made multiple attempts at constitutions, and those were multi-year processes, and they failed. People lost interest. They were voted on, and they went away, right? When we talk to and we look at other tribes who are successful in this endeavor, who are thriving in this endeavor, it took way more time than what we are going to be doing by bringing the Constitution next General Council for presentation. And that has always been our target. 2025 has always been our target. We're not behind schedule. We're right on schedule. And compared to other tribes who have gone through this process, we're doing this more effectively. We're engaging more people. We're listening to you, the nation. So we are doing things a lot differently, and this does take time. So I just want to speak to that, but we're not off the mark at all. We have great plans for this, and it includes all of you. And it's because we haven't had any direction from a committee in our governing documents that we're in the mess that we're in today. Yes, this costs money for us to do this, but it's business committees over the past years that have sat and done nothing to this. This is the same document from 1956, and they have done nothing And there's one of them sitting on the business committee still today, right? It's not all his fault, it's the entire committee's fault. And it's because we want to do right by you that we want to get this document in line with how we are actually living. And to speak to the intro to this, and that's our goal. Our goal today is to align the way that we've been living with what the General Council of 2004 requested whenever they approved the election ordinance. What we're proposing today are items that are going to bring us largely into conformity with the way that we've been living so that our governing document aligns with that, okay? So this isn't a constitution, but it's still a pretty big deal, okay? So please bear with us as we get into this, and we thank you for your support. Our first item for discussion is by majority vote. I'm not requesting, I'm not making a motion here. By majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend Governing Resolution Section 3 to add, for all elections, a qualified voter is 18 years of age and over on the day of voting, of Quapaw, semicolon, of Quapaw blood, and on the approved Quapaw Nation roll. Now, why is this important? Because currently in Section 14 of our governing resolution, our amendment process of the governing resolution is open to all members who are 18 years of age and older, as set forth through our preamble of our governing resolution, which identifies that it's the wishes of the male members, 18 years of age and older, and the female members, 18 years of age and over. And that's on the right-hand side here. It is not the intention or desire of the individual members of the Quapaw Nation to establish an organization for the purpose of governing the activities of the nation, but that it is the desire of the individual males members 18 years of age and over, and female members 18 years of age and over, to establish a responsible, this is important, administrative body to represent, speak, and act for the individual members of the Quapaw Nation on matters, this is important, affecting the properties and general business of the nation, right? So when we created the document, we were clear, 18 years of age and over is who's allowed to participate in these big action items in voting. Somewhere along the line, we decided, well, now you have to be a registered voter, which eliminates a large population of the Quapaw Nation. So we go from 4,000 eligible voters to 1,700 eligible voters. And our committee has spoke to this numerous times from the podium up here at General Council, that more people are allowed to vote for powwow chairman than for tribal chairman, the business committee chairman. And we don't believe that was the intent of the General Council in 1956. Okay? We believe that it was and should still be, because it's still in our document, 18 years of age and older, and that's what we are proposing here today. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that by majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend the governing resolution, Section 3, to add subsection E, for all elections, a qualified voter is 18 years of age and over, and on the day of voting, semicolon, of Quapaw blood, and on the approved Quapaw Nation roll.
Is there a second? We have a motion and a second on the floor. One thing, before we enter the discussion period, one thing we would request is to give ample discussion before we attempt to make any amendments to this particular motion. Is there anyone who would like to discuss this item? I see Cuggy Supernaw, he has his cards up. And another in the back, Virginia.
Thank you. First off, I'd like to apologize to the General Council for taking your time, but I think it's important that we spend a little time on this first one because the things that I'll bring up may come up again and again as we go through these motions. If you were here a year ago, I brought out the importance of wording, for instance, shall and may, and the word and. I'll go through this now. It says that a qualified voter is 18 years of age and over on the day of voting. You can't be 18 and over at the same time. So you need to clarify that. And it says, be of Quapaw blood and on the approved Quapaw Nation roll. There are a lot of people who are on the roll who are not of Osage blood. Oh, I'm sorry, Quapaw, not Quapaw blood. So anyway, that's what I'd like to talk about, is changing the wording to something more to this effect, that a qualified voter should be 18 years or over on the day of voting. And then we need to discuss what can we do about this requirement that they be of Quapaw blood and on the roll. So this is just, I'm not offering all the answers. I'm asking for discussion.
Thank you. I think Virginia was next.
So right here, you've got Quapaw blood and on the approved roll. The original governing resolution says that you can vote simply by being blood, that you do not have to be on the roll. If you word it this way, you are knocking those people out that are not enrolled, that have voted from the day they were 18, and that is not right. So I propose you make that and or.
I think that's a motion for an amendment.
Yeah, technically you're right, but.
Well, we're here to update the language.
Thank you. Can you identify where it says that they have to be by blood or by blood only?
It says voting of Quapaw blood and on the approved roll. That wording right there says you have to be Quapaw and on the roll, not that you can just be Quapaw by blood. And since 1956, those members that are, I have relatives, you have relatives that are not on the roll, but they're Quapaw and they vote in general council. They don't vote in the elections, but they vote in general council. That has always been their right. They are Quapaw, they have a voice, even if it's just in general council.
Thank you, Virginia. We've explored this also, and we can't find the language. Now, this is one way, this is a great example of how we operate at general council, but there is no indication of how we operate at general council in the governing resolution. The language that we chose is the same language found in section 14 that has existed since 1956, and I quote, "The resolution may be amended by a majority vote of the qualified voters of the Quapaw tribe of Indians of Quapaw blood and on the approved Quapaw rolls voting at an election called for the purpose by the chairman." So that is the language that we followed because that is the clearest language. Now, we agree with you that the way that we have been operating was to allow at general council people of Quapaw blood to vote at general council, but that's not a part of the governing resolution. And in the governing resolution, those votes that take place at general council are not the same votes that take place that the governing resolution is identifying.
Correct. Okay, we have operated with people that have Quapaw blood being able to vote. So I would really like, you and I have discussed this before. I would really like that to say and/or. So when the time comes, I'll be making that motion to amend that.
So I have a question.
Julia?
What if you turn 18 on registration day or on election day? How does that affect our voters?
That's a great question. That would be a process that would be for the election committee to figure out a system for. Obviously, it doesn't work for the current system because we require registration. And
We already have a policy for that.
for
So it's
18
not-
years of age and older,
We are working on.
Other questions or discussion items? Oh, we've got a card up in the back. Jody?
Yeah, back to Virginia's thing about the blood Quapaws. They also allow them to vote in regular elections. So it's not just at general council where they're allowing them to vote. So if you keep it worded the way it is, those people will not be allowed.
There are 46 Quapaw blood voters at the current time.
and Madam Chair, do they vote in general elections?
They vote in the regularly scheduled or even special elections, yes, and they're welcome to participate in general council. Their registration ID cards have just a little bit of a different notation on them, correct?
I just want to be clear, we are for whatever this body wants. If this body wants that language changed, what we are presenting is the uniformity of what the document says and the language that's already and has been existing inside of the document. This is the time. If you want it to change, if you want that to be different, this is the opportunity for that. So thank you for bringing that, Jody and Virginia. We hear that, right? So.
Other discussion items? We've got a hand up in the back.
Have these proposed amendments been or sent out for all of our tribal members to see, or was this just presented today?
The first time it was put up on the website, I want to say was Thursday, Debbie. We received them on Tuesday.
I don't feel like that is ample time for our tribal members to, I mean, not everybody has had the opportunity to read this until today. Then those that are not here today, I don't know. I just don't feel like that was ample time.
Is the Constitution Committee prepared to receive proposed amendments?
Yes.
Does anyone have amendments? I think I heard somebody request the change of the word and to or, but I'm not quite sure which reference. We need to make sure we're specific on that. Does anyone wish to make an amendment to the motion for any language changes? Jody Whitecrow? Let's get a microphone to Jody. Give us a second.
I'd like to make a motion to amend this original motion to include the verbiage and or. Quapaw blood and or on the approved roll.
All right, so we've got an amendment to the main motion along with a second. Okay. Any other amendments? Or I'm sorry, I guess we got to go into the discussion of this particular amendment where it reads, really 1E, for all elections, a qualified voter is 18 years of age and over on the day of voting, semicolon, of Quapaw blood and or on the approved Quapaw Nation roll. Is that accurate, Jody? Thank you. Any discussion on this particular amendment? All right, what we can do is go ahead and vote on this particular amendment. Now, there may be others, and that's fine, but we can go ahead and vote on this particular amendment. Constitution Committee, do you think this would be appropriate for a voice vote, or do we really need to stick with the clickers here?
Yes, ma'am, I believe a voice vote would suffice.
Okay. So, right, I'm going to read the motion and then the change to the motion. So by majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend the governing resolution, section 3, to add E. For all elections, a qualified voter is 18 years of age and over on the day of voting, semicolon, of Quapaw blood and or on the approved Quapaw Nation roll. The only change being or. Good point, good point. Let's go to the clickers. And I think the change is, yes, you agree with adding or you do not. Yes is going to be 1, 2 is going to be no.
Have you already started the voting? I have a question.
I'm sorry, is there a question? I'm sorry.
Yes. Why did the other amendments go to ballot for voting and these are not going to ballot to vote on? To change the governing resolution?
Debbie, I'm sure sorry. Can you speak closer to the microphone? I'm having difficulty hearing you.
Why are we voting on these amendments here today opposed to the previous amendments that were made and those were done on ballot so that everybody had it?
Yeah, we are not voting on anything other than finalizing the language of these proposed amendments. Once we get through all of these, they will be sent to the election committee for a balloted vote for everyone's consideration. So we will not be enacting any of these amendments today. We're finalizing the language so that they can become they can be sent to a balloted vote.
Thank you.
Can we start voting now? Great. Let's go ahead and commence voting. 1 for yes and 2 for no. It's to update, instead of it saying of Quapaw blood and on the approved Quapaw Nation roll, it's of Quapaw blood and or on the approved Quapaw Nation roll. We're going to do another drawing, folks.
If you win, you got to hoot and holler.
If you could look at your white ticket, please. The number is 040986. It is a basket from Quapaw Casino, 2 coffee mugs, C-store fuel voucher, casino free play voucher, and casino food voucher. Again, the number is 040986.
says received, you got it.
It'll only count the vote once. Yeah. Yeah. It
If
will.
it does, yeah.
Yeah. Again, the number is 040986, a basket from Quapaw Casino.
Just shout it out if you're the winner.
Okay, if not, we're going to go to a second, or an additional number. Zero 40773. Yay!
Got a winner.
All right.
Good job.
That is basket number 5. What is your name, please? Okay, if you'll let him know in the back. Thank you. That's number 5. What'd you say, Melissa, right? Can we do a second one or hold off?
Yeah, that's, got 3 more.
Yeah.
No, actually, we should,
Yeah, we're down in here.
should be done on,
Yeah, because we're in the 3rd meeting.
Election committee, how much time left? Okay, time's running short. Get your votes in. All righty, the motion carries and the language has been updated to include that /or so that it reads of Quapaw blood and/or on the approved Quapaw Nation roll. Okay. Any other amendments to the main motion? Cuggy, Supernaw? Can we get a microphone to Cuggy, please? They're making their way to you, Cuggy. Just a second.
I make a motion that the following change be made in item E. For all elections, a qualified voter must be 18 years of age or over on the day of voting.
So changing the word is to must be 18 years of age or over on the day of voting. Is that correct? Okay, so that first phrase of E would read, for all elections, a qualified voter must be 18 years of age or over on the day of voting. Is there a second? I heard a second. We're now in the discussion phase. Anyone who wishes to speak to this change? Okay.
Yes, the importance of wording is not important till it is important. And this needs to be clarified because no one can be 18 and over at the same time. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to discuss this amendment? Hearing nothing further, we will go to the vote. Election Committee, let us know when you're ready. So the change is, when we add E, that first phrase will read, "For all elections, a qualified voter must be 18 years of age or over on the day of voting."
Does the 2004 voting ordinance still exist?
Yes, 2004 election ordinance is still in force.
Okay, so is this language now the exact same over there in that document? Or is it going to be conflicting?
I know I don't know the answer to your question in terms of whether this language is identical to the election ordinance or not, but I will tell you this. If this amendment goes into force, it supersedes any other definition in the election ordinance. Because the election ordinance is absolutely a law that's in force. However, it is superseded by what's in the governing resolution. And therefore, if the election ordinance is somehow more restrictive, then it would not be applicable. Governing resolution prevails.
We're going to have another drawing. This is for a 12-volt cordless drill and Chief's Charger. It's from Downstream Casino Resort. This will be basket number 6. Your white ticket number is 048 or 040858.
Folks, just so you're aware, the snacks have been made available in the back of the room.
Does anybody have ticket 040858? No luck, Chuck. 709578. White ticket number 709578 for a 12-volt cordless drill and Chief's charger.
Did somebody win?
Oh, say the number again. I'm sorry. 709578. I think mine got tore up. I did. I tore mine up. Yes, please. Okay, folks. 709774. Yay!
All right,
Okay.
Amendment 2 passes so that for all elections, a qualified voter must be 18 years of age or over on the day of voting. Okay, motion passes, we're ready to roll. Are there any other amendments to this main motion? I see a hand up in the back. Could we get a microphone, please?
On that amendment, a qualified voter must be 18 years of age. Need to change the "and" to "or."
Yes, that was included in the last motion that just passed. So that language has been updated.
Okay, I didn't hear that, sorry.
Any other amendments? Hearing none, we're going to go to the main motion. Roman, would you please share the final main motion that's ready to go?
Yes, Madam Chair. By majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend the governing resolution, Section 3, to add subsection E. For all elections, a qualified voter must be 18 years of age or over on the day of voting, or of Quapaw blood, and or on the approved Quapaw Nation roll.
Is there any further discussion on this main motion? Hearing nothing further, let's go to the vote. You know, 1 equal yes, 2 equal no. So there were 2 amendments made to modify the language of this main motion. We dispensed of Amendment 1. We voted on Amendment 2. And now that the language has been updated to reflect those amendments, we have to go back to the main motion and vote on the total motion that Roman just read. So it basically incorporates all those smaller amendments back into the main motion, and it does require a final vote.
Madam Chairman, I have a question.
Sure.
So, by that, we no longer have registered voters, so you do not need the election committee any longer.
We absolutely need the election committee, but the registered, one of the things that survived because of some of the changes where it said, you know, and or on the approved Quapaw Nation roll, QB voters are still going to have to register, right? Everybody
Well,
else, 18
but it
and
doesn't
above,
say
will be eligible to vote.
It doesn't say registered voters. It
Yeah.
does not.
Yes, you're right.
And I have a question for Roman. Why have you never come to us and asked us about any of this? We have changes that we want to make. We know there's changes that need to be made. You have overstepped your bounds many times, sir. We have had emails from you where you've told us what the Constitution Committee is telling us that we need to do as the election committee. That is not your job. We don't come to you and tell you how to do your job, so you need to stop telling us how to do our jobs.
Lori, one thing I don't mean to interrupt, but Lori, one thing I would say is the focus of this is to conform the governing resolution to many activities that are already taking place in that manner in the election ordinance. So it was to
Correct.
get the governing resolution in good order so that when the election committee is ready, we absolutely can entertain, and I think I told somebody that when you guys are ready, that'll be the happiest special general counsel I might actually have the privilege to call to make the changes that the election committee sees fit in the election ordinance. But this is to get the governing resolution up to snuff, so it's in no way in conflict with what's happening with the election ordinance, considering the governing resolution always takes precedence over everything.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Have we started voting?
Madam Chair, can I ask a clarification question to the final main motion version? Is that so? The proposed final motion reads in a way that either someone can be of Quapaw blood, or they can be on an approved roll. Another way to read it is you have to be of Quapaw blood, and you either can or cannot be on an approved roll.
That is correct.
Okay. I just want to say that you just have to be of Quapaw blood, or you're and or. Okay.
Maybe the table's vibrating a little bit? Yeah, it's not level. It's just not sitting stable on the table. Oh.
So, now, that is all. No, they can't. So that's what you're envisioning in your mind is exactly how it is. But this is a problem that's going to resolve itself.
So that language stuck in. Started living by the problem. Got it.
We don't know what, none of us what it was prior to. How Wild West still is. Imagine if Wild West was in 88. Oh, you're Quapaw. No, that's Roman's boy, you know, he's Quapaw. So. Well, you can be both, or you can be one or the other. Yeah, but in reality, you can't be multiple stuff. You can be enrolled in the Quapaw. I thought that was So, yeah. We're just interpreting this language as is by itself. Doesn't matter if they're registered or not. Doesn't matter. But then how do you define Quapaw blood? You're on the roll in 1890? Yeah. So that whole argument. That's the bad part of being young, because I've only ever done this. You have a list of the actual property. Like, a lot can happen. And there's a whole bunch of people who aren't Quapaw that got land a lot. And by getting, don't be like me and
Like,
And be ready to pick them up no later than 1 hour after the adjournment of the special meeting. Yeah, nobody's gonna. All righty, and the motion carries. So proposed amendment 1 language has been finalized. Roman, are you ready for proposed amendment 2? Guess not.
what we thought was.
Thank you. Number 2 has to do with candidate eligibility. In the election ordinance, we have additional requirements to be a candidate for office that are not outlined inside of the governing resolution. This means that that we should not be applying additional requirements to those candidates. However, these are very important pieces of regulation for candidacy. So what we are proposing here is to add the missing language that is included in the election ordinance, and for us to include that language here in the governing resolution, also section 2. And what that language is currently is that no person shall be a candidate for membership in the Quapaw Nation Business Committee unless he shall be a member of the Quapaw Nation by blood and on the approved Quapaw rolls, and shall be at least 25 years of age, period. The election ordinance includes 2 additional pieces which are in section 8 of the election ordinance, and you will see that I have highlighted subsection B. He shall not be an elected official of any other tribe. And C, he is registered to vote in tribal elections. Wait. He has not been convicted of a felony involving moral turpitude or other serious criminal offenses involving moral turpitude within the past 7 calendar years. So these are the items that we're adding with this proposed language. And what it says, this is not a motion right now. What it says is, by majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend Section 2 of the governing resolution to add the following sentence after, in quotations, or the language, at least 25 years of age, period, and before a $50 sentence. Candidates for the Quapaw Nation Business Committee shall not be an elected official of any other tribe and must not have been convicted of a felony involving moral turpitude or other serious criminal offense involving moral turpitude within the past 7 calendar years. On the right-hand side of the screen over here in blue, you can see what that language would look like. If approved, it would say, no person shall be a candidate for membership in the Quapaw Nation Business Committee unless he shall be a member of the Quapaw Nation by blood and on the approved Quapaw rolls and shall be at least 25 years of age. Candidates for the Quapaw Nation Business Committee shall not be an elected official of any other tribe and must not have been convicted of a felony involving moral turpitude or other serious criminal offense involving moral turpitude within the past 7 calendar years, period. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to vote on the language as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second? Okay, we've got a motion on the floor along with a second for the proposed amendment. Let's enter into discussion. Any questions? Yep, Betty?
That looks vague to me. I don't understand, is it when you've been convicted of a felony or after you've served your time? Because there's a big difference there. So that would be my question.
Thank you, Betty. Yes, the way the current language reads is that there is a potential for somebody to be convicted and still be serving a 10-year parole sentence and be on parole because it's been 7 years since they've been convicted. That's the way the current language reads.
Next discussion, Mikhail?
Yes, this is not a motion, this is a question. Why are we drawing a line at tribe and not any other government? For example, the way this is written right now, they could be an elected federal official and still serve, but we would not be okay with them serving with another tribe.
Yes, excellent question, and you're absolutely right. If you wanted to propose an amendment later, that would be well in order.
Is it Kagi that wishes to speak?
Yeah. I just want to at least consider, this applies only to candidates for the business committee. In the discussion coming up to this, is there discussion about appointed officials of other tribes the business committee members, setting business committee members may be addressed in another section, but should we think about business committee members accepting appointed positions in other tribes?
Yeah, I think the discussion topic pertained to an appointed position for another tribe.
It's just a quick question. Maybe I'm not getting it, but you're saying that the language right now says that 7 years, you can run after 7, you can be voted in after 7 years, right?
Correct.
And you're saying you should change that. And is what written here is what you're proposing it to be?
Forgive me, I said correct without clarifying. The current governing resolution does not indicate that there are any restrictions for an elected official's candidacy, that they could have been convicted of a felony with no time limit, according to the governing resolution. The election ordinance, however, has that language identified, and what we're proposing is the language that we've been operating by in the election ordinance. And what we have there is the to match.
Okay. So we're okay if after 7 years somebody stole $50 million, but 7 years later they're not going to do that, so it's okay? Just a question.
There's another hand raised over here.
I have a question. I don't believe you're allowed to vote, period, if you're a felon. So why would we let someone that was a felon be in an operative position of our tribe? I don't think we should allow anybody that's got a record of such to be a felony. So, just saying.
Thank you. As a sovereign, we get to decide who votes and who doesn't vote, to an extent within the lines of the Indian Civil Rights Act. But that's up to us to be able to set those parameters.
Other discussion or questions? Oh, we got a question up front. Minnie Francis, can we get a microphone to her, please?
Hello, everyone. You know, I'm the one who made the motion to have a constitution established for our tribe. And it was in the hopes that we would have a document to govern ourselves by. That didn't come to pass until a few years later when the committee appointed and took from volunteers, a committee was formed. Thus far, I've seen good results in some ways. I am not at this point satisfied with us having satellite members. I believe that every committee, as with other committees, should meet in person, whether it be bi-monthly, bi-weekly, or however. I believe that we could be more conductive that way. Admittedly, we had 3 members a few weeks ago at one of our meetings, and I am on the Constitution Committee, admit that they knew nothing about what was going on with our tribe. 2 of them said that they didn't come back but once a year, only for the powwow. They don't come to General Council. Now, how can they be conductive to our tribe? How can they work for us? I don't see that. I feel like our committee should be realigned into a home committee where they meet in person. I am not for this, what's happening today. I feel, and I've said it before, all of this should be presented to you prior to a meeting. You cannot throw something at people, let them read it real fast, and expect them to vote on it. Even though there is discussion, still some people are trying to absorb it, like myself. I don't hear well. I'm still trying to absorb some of it, and then here we are voting. a lot of us pass things that shouldn't be passed unnecessarily. And if a motion was allowable at this point, I would make a point that we present this through the post, as I requested before, through the post and through proper notification, and be presented at the next general council, so all the people have a say. Thank you.
Minnie Francis, just to let you know, we're finalizing the language today, and then it'll go out for a balloted vote. So we're finalizing the language on these proposed amendments today. Oh, back in 2019. Yep, yep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this goes back to the original motion in 2019 to establish the Constitution Committee and present to you folks, the General Council, a constitution for consideration. I know that this proposed amendment 2 sounded like a couple of people had ideas where they might like to have this amended. Is that the case? Okay, no further discussion on this. Oh, there is a question.
I agree with Jody. I think the 7 years is kind of lenient. So if somebody who is in, I've never ever heard that before. She said she couldn't hear me.
It's the microphone, Virginia.
So if somebody embezzles millions of dollars from us, so according to this, in 7 years, they're eligible to run for office again. So I don't know what the solution is. I just think that if we're going to limit this to 7 years per se, people tend to forget. So if we have somebody come back and people have forgotten about what they've done to us, they embezzled millions of dollars. So in 7 years, we're saying we're going to let them come back and run for office again? I don't think that's right. I think it just, I don't know what the answer is, but I don't think that
Thank you, Virginia. I would just like to remind everybody that this is the policy that we've been operating on for 20 years, since 2004. This has been the policy that we've been living by, and that's why it's being presented. When we're ready for proposed amendments, please feel free to speak up and make a suggestion, whether it's additional years or different verbiage.
We've got a question up front. Thank you. 2 up front. I don't know.
If the federal government or the United States Constitution says that if a person has been convicted of a felon, they are not allowed to do anything, vote, the whole 9 yards. And I think if it's good enough for the United States, it ought to be good enough for us. No more evictions.
Roman, it would be much easier for us to tell what you were talking about if you could put what you're changing on one side and what you're changing it to on the other side, and make it as much larger than as you can, because it's very difficult to see, and you talk so softly, and unlike me, we can't hear you very well. So if you can explain it a little bit loudly and put it side by side like that, that'd be perfect. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So one more time at the request of Ms. Collier. What we're proposing is to add this language on the left side of the screen in gray. This language reads, candidates for the Quapaw Nation Business Committee shall not be an elected official of any other tribe and must not have been convicted of a felony involving moral turpitude or other serious criminal offense involving moral turpitude within the past 7 calendar years. On the right-hand side, this top part that is in blue is the included language of what the section would look like if it were voted on as is. And it would read, no person shall be a candidate for membership in the Quapaw Nation Business Committee unless he shall be a member of the Quapaw Nation by blood and on the approved Quapaw rolls and shall be at least 25 years of age. Candidates for the Quapaw Nation Business Committee shall not be an elected official of any other tribe and must not have been convicted of a felony involving moral turpitude or other serious criminal offense involving moral turpitude within the past 7 calendar years.
Betty?
So now would be the time to make an amendment, correct? I would like to see that being convicted of a felony involving moral turpitude or other serious criminal offenses involving moral turpitude within the past 7 calendar years. Well, it just needs to be tightened up. I'm going to propose we go 10 years from the time you're out of prison.
Is there a second?
No, we don't go by the federal laws. We are a sovereign nation, and I don't think we should throw the book at anybody, but I think we should go a little further out. Sorry.
So that's an amendment to the main motion. Is there a second? There's a second. Now we're in the amendment inside the main motion. The proposed change is to update the language from 7 calendar years to 10 calendar years. Is that correct, Betty? Okay. Now we're in discussion on that amendment.
Madam Chair, I believe the language that Betty used was 10 years from release. Okay. Which for everybody else, what that means is that they could have been sentenced to X number of years, and the calendar doesn't start until they are released from that sentence. Okay, so if they have a 10-year parole, they got 10 years after their parole is over to continue before they would be eligible. So what they're saying is 20 years.
So it's to change it, other serious criminal offense involving moral turpitude within the past 7 calendar years to 10 calendar years after release. Is that correct? All right, now we're in the discussion phase on the amendment. I see Virginia with your card up.
So I propose that we change this to, so we leave all of that, that's fine, but add a caveat, if you have ever been an appointed official of the Quapaw Nation and have committed crimes against the Quapaw Nation, you are never eligible for re-election.
Okay, so now we've got a second amendment. Is there a second? I assume by the applause that would satisfy that requirement. I'm just going to try to recap what you said, Virginia.
I was What'd you say? I was talking to Betty.
So the Second Amendment, to help me out a little bit, is to basically prohibit anyone from running for the business committee who has been convicted of a something.
Nope, I didn't say convicted.
Okay.
I said committed
Who committed
a crime against the Quapaw Nation. I know that's loose, and it's loose on purpose.
So committed a
Crime against the Quapaw Nation.
against the Quapaw Nation.
I mean, somewhere we can create a definition section, maybe, and define what that is and what that looks like. I know it's not generally in a constitution, but
We kick that around on something else.
okay.
About that. What we tried to do, remove that language, so it definition.
Okay, but Billy, I think in this instance, a definition is necessary. I said, I think in this instance, a definition is necessary.
So do we have a Second Amendment?
In your amendment, you have to define.
Let me go write that.
Yeah. Right?
All right, so there's a Second Amendment on proposed Amendment 2, well, I'm sorry, I didn't say it right, but on this second item that we're talking about, where there's a prohibition to run for Quapaw Nation Business Committee for anyone who has committed a crime against the Quapaw Nation. And I presume that would be an addition to this paragraph.
Crimes committed against the Quapaw Nation shall, from office, by.
So Roman, do you guys want to address this Second Amendment first and then go back to the one where it was updated from 7 calendar years to 10 calendar years?
Yes, Madam Chair. I believe there's some confusion on the actual wording of the first proposed amendment also. As presented, it's confusing, so we would also need to workshop that on meaning and intent.
Hold on, everybody, for a few minutes. We're trying to get some of these amendments written properly. There's a request to make the font or the screen size bigger to make it easier for people to read.
I would have.
calendar years has not passed since release. Okay.
What happens if we just strike the time limit? What happens if you strike the time limit? Take the past 10 calendar years from release a sentence out of it. Just cut that out.
Felonies or from felonies?
Texting somebody, he's too busy to answer our
Does
questions.
it specifically include only people convicted, criminally convicted of moral turpitude?
The end of a sentence.
changing the whole damn thing. Eligible. No. I might need to rewrite that.
This is what I.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. Betty, we had to workshop your proposed language to say candidates to meet the intent, and we hope that we have done that here. Candidates for the Quapaw Nation Business Committee shall not be eligible for office for 10 calendar years from the end of sentence of a felony conviction. Okay. Do we need somebody to re-second that?
Yeah, and that was the First Amendment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do we also want to make note of the Second Amendment? Get that one dispensed of before we go to the First Amendment? Folks, a phone was left in the back. If anybody's missing a phone with a very nice pink purple hard case, please come on up. Just in case it starts flashing, you know.
Any phone. I know I need to rewrite it.
Okay, so I don't. My brother.
Up there. Well, that's fine. Ask Abby.
We're in trouble now.
Gary, go back through. For real. They are.
Yeah.
We can.
Get your raffle tickets out, folks.
This is for basket number 7. It's from Downstream Casino Resort. It's a rolling cooler and chair. The ticket number is 040863.
Yay!
All right. Thank you, Carol. Sweet Jesus.
Now that was a hoot and holler.
Just so everybody knows, what we're talking about right now is Virginia is trying to propose, we're trying to word the language of preventing anybody who has committed a felony against the Quapaw Nation as being a crime against the Quapaw Nation, which includes misdemeanors against the Quapaw Nation, would be barred from being a candidate for office and appointment. Is that accurate? Okay, so just want to that's what we're talking about right now. Wait, yeah, yours is separate amendment,
Right.
not amendment first.
Yes. So we have to vote on Betty, then amend it. Okay.
You're amending Betty's motion, which is what is on the screen right now.
Okay.
Sort of. No. So this could be one more. Yes. It would be better if you.
We got two ways to go.
But we can just do it in one vote if she amends. No, what I'm saying, amend her motion to include this language, it's one vote.
Right, but the language is different. Okay, so here's what I think is going to be the cleanest way is if we vote on Betty to approve it. And then we propose another amendment to the main motion to add a sentence that says all of this. It's this language that's right here.
Yeah, we only have one amendment pending right now.
Yes. I was promoting, yes. Okay.
But it's amending the language that we just worked on here, so we have to revert. So this is the new language that she put into, which we just said, yeah, that captures what Betty's saying. We don't want to change it. She doesn't want to change this. We want to have something in addition to that, which we can do separately. You could amend this to also say felony conviction, period, and. That's doable, so we would include it right in here.
Right.
But hers isn't time. Hers isn't time. Saying something. Right, Betty wants the 10 years here. Says I don't know.
Why not?
It's not amending her. By adding another sentence. Okay. Okay, so. And we have a final vote on this case, which is going to be more. Do you know the language that you want right now?
No, we're debating it.
Okay, so she doesn't have.
Trying to talk her out of.
We could do this with the vote, six in progress, then that's in, people want it. Hers is gonna be. Madam Chair, the amendment to the amendment is not ready for presentation and can be presented as an amendment to the main motion after this language is voted on. What she is proposing is not to change this language, but to add to with another sentence. So if we wanted to open this for discussion, we could move forward with Betty's.
So is Virginia withdrawing the amendment to be brought up later?
Yes.
Okay. Are we ready to, as a result of that, are we ready to consider the First Amendment that is fully written?
And that language reads, candidates for the Quapaw Nation Business Committee shall not be eligible for office for 10 calendar years from the end of sentence of a felony conviction. Candidates shall also not be an elected official of any other tribe.
But I think the only thing that was changed is what you have highlighted in gray. Is that correct? All of that, okay.
Yes, all of it's been reworded.
Got it. All right, so we are in the discussion phase of the First Amendment. Since Virginia withdrew the Second Amendment, may get taken up later. Is there further discussion? We've got Cuggy, who would like to speak to this amendment.
Under the wording as it is, I'd question whether the election board could not certify a person who did have a felony if that calendar, 10 calendar years came 6 months into their term. They could run, win, and I think the intent is to prevent someone from running for office if they have this outstanding felony. But I think the wording should be clarified. I don't know if Parliament, I don't think he's paying attention, but I want to ask that of you.
So this particular amendment is much more restrictive than the language contained in the 2004 election ordinance. So I think the question on the table is, if that motion, that amended motion as presented passes, would the election committee be able to certify a candidate if they fell into that situation? And I'm going to pose it the way I think about it as an opinion, and I would like our parliamentarian and our general legal counsel to weigh in. If that restrictive language gets passed and placed in our governing resolution, and it's more restrictive, it supersedes whatever the election ordinance says. So my assertion would be that the governing resolution would prevail, and the election committee would not be able to certify a candidate who fell into that category. Any other discussion on this particular amendment? All righty, we're going to go to the vote. Roman, would you please restate the amendment up for consideration?
By majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend Section 2 of the governing resolution to add the following sentence after the language in quotes, at least 25 years of age, period, and before, new language, a $50 sentence. The language to be included is candidates for the Quapaw Nation Business Committee shall not be eligible for office for 10 calendar years from the end of sentence of a felony conviction. Candidates shall also not be an elected official of any other tribe.
So I want to make sure, are we at the point now where we need to focus on the amendment, or, I'm sorry, the First Amendment to item
Yes.
2? We're not voting on the whole thing yet. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were clear. That what we're really talking about right now is that second sentence or paragraph that says candidates for the Quapaw Nation Business Committee shall not be eligible for office for 10 calendar years from the end of end of sentence of a felony conviction. That's the amendment that is before us. You know it, 1 equal yes, 2 equal no. Thank you, Election Committee. I shouldn't have said that before. You know how I was bragging on the devices. Now it's getting. Oops.
If you could get your white tickets out again, please. We're going to do another drawing. It's from Downstream Casino Resort, a portable fire pit and candles. White ticket number 040898. Zero 040898 for a Downstream Casino Resort basket, which includes a portable fire pit and candles. Ticket number 709509. 709509. $709,509. Portable fire pit and candles.
Take that up a little bit better.
Hey, I've already got an injury.
Feel like the little fortune. That's that big.
Oh, no.
Did that last time, we almost fell off the table.
Wait, let me go get my phone so I can record it.
Do not see me trying to hang on to it.
Somebody please. 040894.
That's probably.
Yay, Rick, all right.
Lord, it ain't good.
Basket number 8, from Downstream Casino, portable fire pit and candles. Rick Mercer, 040894.
right, the amendment 1 has passed. All right, now we're going back to the main motion. Is there any further discussion on the main motion? Okie dokie, we're going to the
Madam
vote
Chair?
on the, oh, excuse me.
It was presented earlier, I believe, Mikkel. Did you want to propose some language regarding elected official of another tribe?
Yes, I would propose to change that to any other governing body or appointed and elected.
So that would be local, state, and federal?
Are you referring to any other government?
Any
Or
other
any other
government
governing body?
entity. Yep, so, or government, yeah, we could use the word government. The legal people know the better phrasing on how to identify other governments, if it would be an entity or how you would establish that.
Would that be ITC, would that be NTHS, would that be, or any, would that be Highway 160?
What about
Mikkel, just for a little bit of clarification. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you moved on me. Whenever you say appointed or elected official of any other governing body, does that include the Intertribal Indian Coalition, any other organization that may appoint someone or? Okay.
These are individuals that are seeking candidacy on Quapaw Nation business.
We do, but this is being steered out of guys' office. Very simple.
All right, so what's on the record, and I just discussed with them, what I have come to realize is that once we start delegating, it gets very confusing. So we should decide whether we should allow them to be on any other government or not. So I will go ahead and propose to let the general council decide if we should allow them on any other government, and I will just stick to my original phrasing of any other government. But do acknowledge that this would also apply to other entities such as Intertribal Council.
What about school boards?
That would be it as well. And then keep that in mind. Because if this is not the will of the council, maybe next we should consider if we should even draw the line at other tribes.
Okay, we've got an amendment. Is there a second? And the amendment reads, candidate shall also not be an appointed or elected official of any other government. Is there a second? There's a second. We're now going into discussion. Is there anyone who wishes to discuss or debate this item? We've got Cuggy Supernaut up here and maybe some others.
Can you hear me?
Yes, just hold the microphone real close. Thank you.
Well, the last two things I've said, I don't think were understood. I wanted to ask the parliamentarian a question when he gets through talking.
Excuse me, Cuggy's got a question for the folks in the Constitution Committee. Oh, for Eric Giles, excuse me.
Eric, I have a question. The wording of this, it says, shall not be an appointed or elected official of any other government. I was in a situation previously where a man ran for an elected position with the tribe, but he was an attorney for another tribe, and that wouldn't fit official. So is there another word that could be all-encompassing, or would you want to have him have a person serve if they weren't an official? That's the definition of official that I'm questioning.
So a person is here, they're trying to run for the business committee at Quapaw, but they're also the attorney general for Cherokee Nation. And under the proposed language, they would not be able to run for the business committee because they would be an appointed official over at Cherokee Nation.
No, that's not what I mean.
Okay.
I'm asking if the calling an official is all-encompassing. I mean, if it, say, for instance, he was an appointed attorney, well, that's not an official, is it?
If that attorney general or if that attorney is, if the tribal council appoints that attorney, that is an appointed official.
Well, if he's appointed just as an attorney for the tribe, that's not an official, is it?
I would say any act, any legislative act appointing or putting someone in a position is an appointed official. So if the tribal council has to take an official act for that person to serve in their role as an attorney or as the director of economic development, that is an appointed official of that tribe. Now, if they're on contract, if they're just an outside attorney and they're on contract with the tribe, and they just work for the tribe on contract, that's not an appointed official.
All right.
or elected official.
So, but is the intent here to prevent people from other tribes serving on this business committee?
That's how I understand the intent of this amendment, is that people would not be able to serve on the business committee if they were mayor of Quapaw. They would not be able to run for the business committee. If we're saying any government, if they had some appointment with the state of Oklahoma, they could not run for elected office.
I just want to understand that because I've seen in the past where people were hired for other tribes and it's been held they were not officials. So in that case, they could be working for another tribe as an attorney and still serve on this business committee.
Yes.
And I just want to be sure that the official actually covers that. I question whether it does.
I think you're right that an official, appointed official, would not apply to an attorney on contract with another tribe, and they're on contract with that other tribe, and they're serving as the attorney general of that tribe. You would still have an argument to say that they are not an appointed official. They're just a consultant or a contractor for that tribe.
Got another question, Lois?
If I think I'm following correctly, there is a concern that the words appointed and elected official of another government is not extensive enough or inclusive enough. For example, if another tribe hired an attorney that worked for them, he would be a hired official, but if he, under these words up there now, he could run for office, and I think that's a big conflict of interest. So maybe we need to add a word, appointed, elected, or serves in a capacity that would present a conflict of interest, and that's not probably being specific enough, because I know you have to be specific when we're talking about making our constitutional rules. But I think that's what you're trying to get at. We have to, and I think this has happened before. There's been some conflict of interest because of who else they may be associated with or what other tribe they might be associated with. So perhaps we can expound on the appointed or elected or works in some kind of official capacity for another tribe. Maybe that would be the wording. I'm just throwing that out for consideration.
Mikhail?
Yes, I'm not sure of the rules of order for this, but after reflection and my own insight from what I see the business committee work with, I would like to withdraw this motion because I have realized that this is going to cripple our ability to coordinate and collaborate with other government entities. And in fact, I think even drawing the line of not allowing them to serve with other tribes, either appointed or elected positions, would also hamper our ability to work with other tribal entities.
So you're withdrawing your amendment?
Yes, I withdraw.
Thank you, Mikhail. We have another individual who wishes to speak. I'm assuming we're going to update the wording. Barbara?
I was just going to agree with what she said. I have harped for several months on an employee that's got proprietary information for our tribe that's the second chief of another tribe working for the tribe. And I think that this, I hate to see him remove that motion because I think it should be worded, it could be worded to where it would protect the tribe. That's what we should be here for, to protect our nation. And no matter what we have to do that, whether it be somebody that we think's honest, they might not be. We already know that for sure. So I think we can't be too careful as to who gets the proprietary information we have and what other tribe or entity they may work for. You know, it might be just Mutual of Omaha, or I don't know, some insurance company, but it might be someone that could still utilize the information they get from us to do other things. So I think we need to be very careful of that.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak? Because we're back to the main motion now. Any further discussion? We've got one, Virginia, can we get a microphone to Virginia, please?
I want to make an amendment to the motion. We kind of kicked around multiple things, and I'm going to stick with the original of what I wrote, and General Counsel can change what they feel needs to be changed, but this is my motion. To amend this, add a sentence, it's actually a couple of sentences, that say, any voted or appointed official who has been charged and/or committed a crime against the Quapaw Nation will not be eligible to run or hold any position voted or appointed. Oh, wait a minute. We've made edits, sorry. Let me start over. Any voted or appointed official who has been charged and/or committed a crime against the Quapaw Nation and/or including state, city, tribal, or federal, or any court will not be eligible to run or hold any position voted or appointed within the Quapaw Nation. It's appointed or elected officials.
Virginia, can you walk me through that verbiage I have on the screen?
Any voted or appointed official who has been charged and/or committed a crime against the Quapaw Nation and/or including city, state, tribal, or federal will not be eligible to run or hold any position voted or appointed within the Quapaw Nation. I know it's wordy and it's long and you're going to tear it up.
Any voted, you mean any elected?
Yes.
Any elected or appointed?
Get the rest of the language. Quapaw Nation and/or including city, state, tribal, or federal shall not be eligible to
run or hold any position within the Quapaw Nation. Okay, after including, put including or not, but not limited to. Down, right there. But not limited to.
How about municipal in place of city?
Okay.
Virginia, is that an accurate reflection of your amendment?
I'm reading it. Give me a minute.
That 4 out. Cards. Shall or will? Instead of shall? Shall.
The proposed language, any elected or appointed official who has been charged and/or committed a crime against the Quapaw Nation, including but not limited to municipal, state, tribal, or federal something, will not be eligible to run or hold any position within the Quapaw Nation. It is my opinion that this exceeds the scope of the intent of the initially proposed amendment, which is exclusive to candidates for office. What this proposed amendment does is it says will not be eligible to run or hold any position within the Quapaw Nation. This includes housekeeping, this includes QSA, and that we're not, that is, while that may be a good idea at some point worded, the intent of this first proposed portion is to deal with candidacy. Can you reword this so that it fits to candidacy? We're happy to help. It's just that that's the extent of any elected position.
Some places have $500.
This doesn't make sense. How do you connect convicted of a municipal crime against Quapaw Nation? Can we just eliminate all of this? Convicted of a crime against Quapaw Nation? Any business committee? Any candidate for office who has been charged or convicted Well, you're technically a policy that's outside the scope of what you want is a great idea, right? But it's not. So, candidate. Has been charged. On the well, this is, so it has to be. Or hold. Take the hold out if you're talking about candidate. Run for it. For a business. Candidate has been charged.
Roman, are you ready to repeat what the amendment is? Or actually state it, because right now, we don't have a second.
How was that? How was that? Okay. Go ahead and read your proposed amendment.
Any candidate who has been charged or convicted of a crime against the Quapaw Nation will not be eligible for candidacy.
Betty seconded.
Betty seconded it. Okay, we've got a motion on the floor.
I'd like
Julia.
to discuss. So, I would like to motion to change the amount of the dollar to the, where it says $50. I think that would abolish or knock out a lot of the wording. Would like to raise that to maybe $1,500 to $500. I feel like if I'm voting for a candidate and
Point of order. Sorry, Julia. This is a great point. Later we'll be addressing the language there specifically. So there will be opportunity to for that. Yes.
it would still fall on this resolution, this where it says $50.
This section, but not the motion.
Got it.
Not the
Is it
motion?
item number
So you need a
3?
second on the motion? I thought Betty did that.
So the next
So I'm calling for
vote that we're going to go for has to do with that filing fee specifically. And this will be opportunity for you to include what you're asking.
I sure wish you guys had this over here so we could see it too. It's such a disadvantage for the election committee. Play nice.
We have requested that, unfortunately, because of the way the technology is set up. Both systems can't be running simultaneously. This is my understanding. I could correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Chair. But that's why the election procedures are on the far wall and the full language is on this wall. So this is an attempt to meet that, but very good point. Thank you, Julia.
All right, Laura.
Okay, I understand why we're getting to the depth of some of this, but there's a surface level part that I'm questioning. So any candidate who's been charged or convicted of a crime against the Quapaw Nation will not be eligible for candidacy. So I'm speeding really, really fast in Quapaw and I get pulled over by the marshals and I get a ticket. I'm now no longer able to run for office or candidacy because I got a ticket in Quapaw, a speeding ticket. That's a crime against the Quapaw Nation. It doesn't say felony, it just says a crime. So would that count?
it also says charged and or convicted. So the language as presented also leaves open that you potentially challenge that speeding ticket and it's dismissed, however you were charged.
So a speeding ticket would disqualify anyone if it's in the bounds of the Quapaw Nation issuing it. I'm just going surface level. I know we're thinking really deep about all the things that have happened in the past and everything that we want to prevent from happening again, but I also don't want to see us getting to a point where we pass something or it's confusing and then someone gets a speeding ticket who is a really reputable candidate for office and now they can't run because we got to that point.
If it was written by the Quapaw Marshals. All right, we've got some other folks that would like to speak. Dana?
Okay, so my question is, I agree with that word there. Charged is too vague, because what if you're charged with murder and then you go to court and you're found innocent because you were not the one that did it? You've been charged, so now you're out. So charged is that's not conviction. I think you should have to be convicted of the crime, not just charged.
Oh, we got another question in the back, please.
So mine is actually just a point of clarification. In the legal verbiage here, I definitely believe it cannot be done today. We need to have in this code specifically definitions as to what is a crime, okay? So that way there's no ambiguity, because right now we're even giving these examples of a drug driving or a speeding ticket, or if I take this paper from you. So there needs to be more time to actually construct the proper verbiage with no ambiguity. And it can't be done today.
Thank you. We've got another question up front.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Michael Crane, and I think a lot of that could be solved if you take the or out, if they're charged and convicted. That simplifies it. Take the or out, and you've got it all situated. There should be no or in there. And that's my opinion.
Are you suggesting an amendment to this to remove that reference to
Yes, I suggest
or
an amendment to remove the or.
charged and convicted?
The rest of the language is perfect except for the or.
I'm sorry, could you state your name, please, for the record?
Michael Crane.
Thank you. All right, it doesn't seem like there are any further discussion. Do we need to vote on this sub-amendment? Oh, sorry, my apologies. We've got another question.
That's me. I wanted to give Virginia a chance to change that. I don't think you need the words charged and. It should be just convicted. And then we need to establish the severity of the crime, because you convicted of jaywalking, you couldn't run for office. Do you read it that way, Virginia?
Yeah,
Mr. Crane has a motion to amend the amendment by removing the language "or." I think we could shore this up, Mr. Crane, if you would be willing to amend your amendment to say, to also remove the language "charged and." Okay.
No, it took care of both of them. That last change took care of both what Cuggy was saying as well as what Michael was.
Is there any more discussion?
Yes, we've got another question in the back. Can we get a microphone? Oh, we've got two. My apologies.
I agree with this lady over here. There's so much that we're getting down to every little detail. And I'm going to bring up another one because it says serious criminal offense. Okay, so what if it's a civil offense and not a criminal offense? We can't get this done today. There's just too much, especially just getting it in front of us today.
Yeah, I would suggest that we do what we can to complete this particular item, and then at that point, we will recess until the following day. I know folks are getting tired. It's been a long, productive day, but we got a lot more wood to chop. I think there are a couple of other people that had questions regarding this particular amendment. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and just let me know if my understanding is correct. With that pivotal word being charged, so if someone were currently on trial but not yet convicted for having committed, let's say, a felony, they could technically be running for office today, correct?
The way this is written, yes.
Okay, that's why I do believe, again, the verbiage that we use needs to have definitions put into it, so there's no ambiguity. What does charged mean? What does convicted mean? And what is the crime? We have to be very, very detailed about it and not ambiguous. And it's going to take more time to craft that language than today.
So one option, hold on. All right. We do have to finish this particular item because we're in the middle of these motions. And we'll pick the rest of it up tomorrow. But let's do our best to wrap this one up.
Well, you're not going to like this, but I would like to make a motion to table this. It's such an important item, and we've already redlined so many items. Is there not a way that we can get some kind of a poll or this information or a sample of this so that our tribal members have time to digest it and maybe make recommendations, and then in July, do it then?
Eric, I need a parliamentarian review as to whether we can table this as well as the subsequent amendments. Let's just focus on this one. How about that? Let's just focus on this one because we've got a second day planned for tomorrow.
So you can table this to a time certain and identify the time certain being the general council in July.
Well, I know you said July. I'm saying we've got 2 days planned. That's what we were here to do. But the time certain would be when we come out of recess tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow, okay.
The concern we were having was we didn't think we could put something on the table when we're too deep in amendments. When I say two, I mean the number two, not TOO.
No, it's fine it's a motion to table is a privileged motion that you can make at any point during the debate, and then to a time certain, if it's tomorrow, you just pick up right where you are today from when you decided to table.
Would you agree to that?
I agree to it. These guys are saying no.
Yeah.
They said that tomorrow's not enough time. This is very complicated, and we want to get it right, and we want to get it voted in, and we want to have this Constitution, but it's so detailed, and there's so many things that people don't understand what it means, so many corrections. So we all had a yellow highlighter. We could highlight some corrections, but.
So it sounds like your motion is to basically table the remainder of Special General Counsel number 3 until another Special General Counsel can be called at a later date, or worst case, July the 4th. And get the information out to folks.
I was going to table the Constitution, the entire document, so that we can get information out to people and they can have an opportunity in advance to go through it and make their questions, make advice corrections, and I don't know if that's doable or not.
Point of information, Madam Chair, just so that the body is clear on the intent here, is the intent of what we're doing with all of these documents is not to get this deep into how far we've been getting, but that is the prerogative of this body. The intent behind this was just to bring us in conformity with the existing documents that we've been living by, which, if nothing happens today, if this body chooses to table any amendment, proposed amendment, we will be in the exact same situation that we were in this morning, which it doesn't, I mean, we're not affected, but we are also not living by the governing resolution, which, if we leave it, the governing resolution going forward is our governing document, which presents a lot of issues that are going to be in conflict with the election ordinance, which is going to change the way that things have been operating. When we look at something else, for example, that is being proposed to address is vacancies for elected office. Currently, the governing resolution says, because the language was never removed, that vacancies can be taken from the floor at General Council. Okay? That is what we're trying to address, is because that is not how we operate, and that's not how we've been operating with the election ordinance over the past 20 years. We would like to bring ourselves in unison with a document that, with the way that we have been operating consistently, so that our governing resolution is not saying something different than our election ordinance, because our governing resolution is the binding document.
So on going forward, we'll just continue this and then continue tomorrow also? We'll just continue this now and then continue tomorrow also?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Abigail?
Okay. I'm going to try very, very hard. I feel like y'all are trying too hard. We all know right from wrong. And the more ways you try to make specific laws, you end up damaging for everyone. If you want to make specific laws for certain things and certain people, you do that. If you don't want certain people running, you make a list of those names. You vote on those. This has been made. If you don't behave over there, Julia, I'm getting there. The Constitution Committee requested this time to go over all of this with everyone because We have seen laws and rules written without people's consent, without people's knowledge. We know what that's like. We live under those laws now, whether we're Quapaw or a U.S. citizen. We're here voting on stuff that even other family members are not here for. And yeah, they should be held accountable for that. And yeah, in essence, it's their fault that these laws are being made without them present. At the same time, it sounds like a lot of you are out for this person or this person because you feel this way, and you're not thinking about what tomorrow and the next day and the next day is going to bring. You're not thinking about your children's children. You're thinking about yesterday's past. Yesterday's gone. Today's going to be gone in a few hours. We're here for all of our people. And we don't get along. We don't like to work together, and it really is showing in every department, in every entity, and even sitting in this room with one another. We hear it. Side comments, the ugliness. We're all guilty of it. I know for a fact I am. Mostly because I look at all of you, not just as Quapaw people, but living, breathing beings that have a purpose. God saw fit for every single one of you to be here. And whether you believe in him or who you believe in, I really don't care, but you have a purpose. You're here. We've had so many deaths within our tribe, within our families, and yet we're still pitting each other against one another over the most ugliest thing. Yeah, it's a necessity in this day and age, but y'all are making it more important than the humans who are in here. Your ancestors didn't survive everything they've been through for you to be here and to be spoiled, entitled, and greedy. I really do love every single one of you. I don't need you to return that to me. I love you because you are my people. And yes, I am out of order, and I will stay out of order.
We've
when
got
you
a
guys
point of
can't get
order being
along.
called in the middle of the room. Cuggy wanted to call point of order. Can we get a microphone to Cuggy, please?
If you all want better, work together. Whether you like one another or not, you are to work together for everyone's benefit, not just your own.
A point of order. What? Okay. I didn't know if she was talking for the amendment or what.
Madam Chair, was there a motion to lay on the table that had been seconded?
I'm not sure. Was there a motion to lay it on the table and pick it back up tomorrow morning? Yes, we've got a motion to lay it on the table at a time certain when we come out of recess at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So.
That's not debatable, and you have to take a vote.
Right. But we still have to vote on it, right? All right.
You have to take a vote.
Pardon me?
You take a vote now.
All those in favor of tabling what? No, we've got her words documented for that purpose. Yes. So all those in favor of laying this motion, sub-motion, where we are right now, on the table until we come out of recess tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? We have a, do we have to make a a motion to go into recess, Lloyd? Oh, okay. All right. We are in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.